Well, chat. Welcome to 2026, my friends. How are we all doing, chat? Oh my god. Hey, Quandrit! I gotta message you, dude. My friend got back into town, so, and I had a chat with them, so I need to message you later, but I've been kinda potatoing today. Hello, chat. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm just gonna call it some subs real quick, because I see you in chat. Infinite Kitty, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for 62 months. Thank you so much on a 56-month streak.
Love you.
First resub of the year. Let's go, book club. Hell yeah. Well, welcome. What a way to crack the wine bottle on the ship to send it out to port. Probate. Wow, that's crazy. Probate.
Love you.
Thank you so much for the 100-month resub. God damn, on a 100-month streak. God damn. I am here for pain. You are. And you are amongst a company of people here for pain. Also, that pudding you made looked pretty decent. I like seeing your cooking stuff. It's always great. Not Dante 42. They guarantee 5 tier 1 subs to the community. To Skunk Monkey, Gray Sky Gamer, Seal King 2, Ice Warrior, and Reet Cobalt. Thank you so much. Quandra, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. Messenger of Chaos, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 22 months. Thank you so much. Alright, well, we're here. We're back. It's been a while since I streamed. I kind of had a bit of a lazy half of December. After the year I had, I kind of just wanted a bit of some breathing space and a bit of a break. So I appreciate you guys giving me that time to do that. I think I really needed it. I too enjoy the purgatory between Christmas and New Year's. It's a time to just kind of melt into sludge and reform. You know what I mean? Oh man. Welsh.
I love you.
Oh my gosh. Welsh 93. Thanks so much for the Twitch Prime sub. And yeah, we have a sub trade now, or what's it? Hype train? Yeah, hype train. Also 69. Nice. Happy funny 69 Welsh 93. Now you gotta get to 93. You gotta double up your name. There you go. Hello everybody. Welcome to book club. I hope everybody had a decent Christmas. If you didn't have a decent Christmas, and if you didn't have a decent Christmas, I hope you treated yourself right, you know? And I hope everyone had a good New Year's and was responsible on New Year's. I, for one, had a very, very relaxing, uneventful Christmas. And I had a very fun, me and Darcy hung out on Christmas Eve. You haven't seen the video of Darcy and I losing our minds? I highly recommend checking it out, but yeah.
I love you.
100 bits from Faye Raven. Thank you so much. Train! Wait, hold on. There we go. Dante DMC 30. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 28 months. Happy.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Happy. Messenger of Chaos. Thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. Playing Mega Bonk while listening. That's a game I need to check out, but I don't know if I have time right now.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. 200 bits for more heck. Thank you so much. Can't wait for more. What if Dragon Riders of Pern, but even hornier? I actually bought Dragon Riders of Pern, just from people mentioning it. I was like, I should pick this up and give it a read. So I actually do own a copy of that, but I just haven't read it yet. I've been reading garbage. I've been reading Warhammer books and garbage. And One Piece. Chat, I have, oh my gosh, we can get into it. I have a bunch of, like, New Year's revolutions, you know? Usurp the powers that be. But I have a bunch of New Year's revolutions this year. Some are more passive, others are more active. I'm not gonna, like, challenge myself, because life is already enough of a challenge. I'm not gonna be like, I have to do all these things, because... And if I don't do it, I'm a failure. It's more like, I try doing more things that I like, and like maybe do more of those. And also maybe try some other things like One Piece.
I love you.
I want to try and read One Piece if I can, because my Kindle I can get manga on, and so I don't want to own all of One Piece because there's so many books, but I want to read all of One Piece. So it's a way to read it. Glaciris, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 86 months. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Time for some freaky dragon story time. Froggy Lock freaky. Hell yeah. Good bean Froggy Lock. Oh, it was fun playing Pathfinder with them. They were so fun. It was so fun being Canadian with them. It was just like, I felt so seen. Felt very seen, man. Oh, man. Reading One Piece is indeed the way to read it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to watch. It's just so much to watch, you know? But I can always go watch, like, favorite parts if I need to. But I mostly want to read it if I can. I'm just trying to read more. It's been fun. And sometimes when I read stuff like this, it's a little less fun. But, you know, it's fine. She's not here right now, but I want to give out a shout out to Miss Tweetums, who actually was reading the book with me. So Miss Tweetums and I, on the same days, were reading. Miss Tweetums is a much faster reader than me. I already thought I was pretty fast, but yeah. Now, I'm gonna be completely transparent with you right now, okay? If you are not part of my Discord, you may have missed this, so I'm gonna say this right now. Season 1 of One Piece recently ended? What do you mean, Season 1? You mean like the anime? It's like 1 billion episodes. Or are you talking about live action? Because live action, I know Season 2's coming out soonish, yeah. I'm getting distracted by One Piece. Dang it. The anime? Wait. 1,150, that's Season 1? It stopped being weekly. One Piece was weekly until now. They're switching to a seasonal release rather than weekly. Oh, okay. Interesting. Might be a production thing, maybe. Who knows? Huh. Yeah, I don't follow anime that closely, so I really know stuff like that, I'm afraid. Oh my goodness. Sorry, back to garbage. So for context, chat, Kindle version of this book, the Kindle version of Iron Flame is 886 pages. Okay? And they're not little pages either. They're pretty dense pages. They're not Horus Heresy dense, but they get up there. It's kind of in between. Also, hype train successful. Let's go. So, to be completely transparent with you, and also good news and bad news, and maybe good news and bad news, I don't know. So, good/bad news is that I got to halfway of this book, and I got a little past halfway of this book. There is a clear divide in the middle of this book, chat. So, there is a clear divide of this book between part 1 and part 2. So, I have read part 1. I tried to read the entire book. I couldn't, I was burning out real quick, man. This book, we'll talk about this book, obviously, a lot. We're gonna be very intimate with it, chat. I hope you're ready to be super intimate with this book. I hope your lips are ready to kiss this book passionately. I hope you're ready to suck tongues into your mouths, chat. It's gonna be great. But, that being said, this book club is for part 1 of this 886 monstrosity. There will be a part 2. That's right, chat. Congratulations. Your New Year's/Christmas present is you get a double dose of book club. You're gonna get a part 1 and a part 2. Because this beast is 886 pages. And I'm trying my best, okay? I'm gonna drink my cold barley tea. I can't wait to spend the next 4 hours hating life. What? No. Putting the drink away, putting the hands down. You don't get to complain. You don't get to complain about this. I'm the one who had to read. I'm the one who had to read it.
Love you.
I'm the book girl. I'm the one that loses. I am reading this so you don't have to. Do not jettison my gift. Had to no, yes, I had to. Do you know how often in 2025 everyone's like, hey, Monty, when are you going to read this next Fourth Wing book? When are you reading the next Fourth Wing book? When are you doing it? I had to. There were weapons pointed at me, man. I had to do it. I had to. Oh my gosh. I'm giving you guys sass. Mirror Wolf 9, thank you for the tier 1 for 83 months. After a month with no Drave and boinking, alas, right? We can only get away from it so far. I cannot wait for the second-hand cringe. Okay. Oh boy, do we just jump into it? Oh, Monty, how can you lose when it's for content? Listen, I'm providing a service, you know.
I love you.
Reno Gabino, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. Thank you so much. Monty, what eldritch horrors did you peep into through this book? Well, okay, so... Oh, man. I was going to talk about my Christmas real quick before we jump into it, but at the same time, people are really asking questions about the book. I will say this. Okay. Do we just get into it, man? Do we just get into it? Oh, man. I guess we do. Let us begin with an overview here. So, for those of you who are at this stream, who are like, what is happening right now? Last year, impromptu, during January 31st, 2024, I impromptly recounted and summarized the book of Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yarros, which is a romantasy? Is that what they call it? Romance fantasy book. It was a roller coaster. All right, it had a lot of incredible highs and a lot of incredible bizarre lows. It was an experience. I'll just say that. And I don't know why a lot of you got really excited about it. A lot of you got really invested, which is great. But it has been demanded of me since then to do the sequel book, which I have been putting off until I had to do it. So here we are to suffer again. Now, this book is... The first book was about 500 pages, I want to say. Like 400, 500 pages. This book is 680 to like 896 something pages. It's a lot. It's a big book. This one is like almost an entire quarter longer. So that is where we are at. Now, for those who haven't watched the previous book summary, you're going to be a bit confused. Okay? We're going right into the sequel from the first book. All right? I will give a brief overview of the first book. Okay? It's going to be so brief. And we have to like reconstitute ourselves with the weird nicknames I gave the characters of the book. Okay? Because I barely call anybody by their name except for characters I like because they're worthy of that respect. Okay? Now, before we get into this book, I want to say something here. The first book, the way I would describe the first book, don't say you want to raw dog it. Stop, chat. The first book was like a hike up a mountain, okay? There was a gradual like da 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 da. You know, there was a gradual progression. There was a gradual like rise to action. There was a lot of like natural like story structure, and events happened kind of in like, you know, highs and lows, and there was like sequences and things like that. I would describe that book as a book that is on a trail hike, okay? The sequel book is like getting lost in the woods, all right? There's no trail. We're hopping all over the place. We're looking at a creek one moment, and then we're looking at an oak tree the next, okay? Thank God, chat. Okay, events happen in order. I will say this. It's not like Horus Heresy. The events happen in order. But there is so much, like, jumping around, jumping ahead, like... You'll see when we get into the summary that there's a lot of hopping around into events. Like, it is like a series of events. Not so much the structure of a story, but a series of events that have plot relevancy to it, alright? So, thank God I took notes, because the pacing of this one was weird. Oh, Arkulf, my beloved. Arkulf, my beloved. Have fun recounting shenanigans. Don't leave me! Ah! Thank you for the 48 months, and thank you for the Steiner plush. Arkulf got me a Aldebert Steiner plush from 14 for Christmas. He's up on my shelf, and he's super cute, and I love him. He's so cute, his little hat. He's got little beans in his butt, too, so he's weighed down. He's so cute. I'll take a picture later and show you, chat. It's very, very cute. Arkulf is your Xanax. Don't disrespect his name like that. Don't disrespect him like that. Oh my god. Oh my god, sorry, my nose. Oh shit, I gotta take my antibiotics. Hold on. Where's my antibiotics? Fuck. Chat, give me 1 sec. I gotta take my antibiotics. I forgot. Forgot about my antibiotics. I had a bizarre dentist visit, chat. I won't talk about it right now because y'all are here for Fourth Wing, but I need yeah, don't call Arkulf Xanax, call him Liam, thank you. But unlike Liam, he's alive. Huh. Alright. Antibiotic has been consumed. Who's my favorite character so far, but Riddick is the correct one? I will get to my new favorite character. Because guess what, chat? I have a new favorite character because my other one is dead. But... Alright. Oh my goodness, I just ran to get these antibiotics. So, again, the pacing of this book is a lot different. Like, it is a lot different. And
I love you.
Mad Scientist IRL, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 68 months. You are so close to greatness. Happy New Year, Monty. Wishing you and Arkulf another happy shenanigan-filled shiny nose... No, not shiny nose pass-tastic year. Thank you, though. Everything but the nose pass part. That was good. Thank you. So... Tooth issues, antibiotics usually mean tooth. It's okay. Chat, I went to the dentist because the top right molar in my mouth is hurting. Like, if I floss my tooth there, it really hurts. So I was like, oh, that's really weird. I thought, like, I got a popcorn kernel stuck in my tooth. And so I was like, you know, I just thought that was what it was. And I flossed and I, like, water picked it. And then it just really started to hurt more and more. So I booked a dentist appointment. And I went to the dentist and they x-rayed that tooth, like, 12 separate times. And my doctor was like, he's like, I don't know what's wrong with you. He's like, the tooth is perfect. Like, he tapped the tooth. He applied cold directly to the tooth. He scratched at the tooth. The tooth was fine. The tooth was pristine. But for some reason, my gut, like, there's some sort of irritation or some sort of problem in that region. So my dentist is like, I don't know what's wrong with you. I'm going to prescribe you antibiotics in case it's a sinus issue. And you're also going to take military-grade mouthwash. Chat, I went to the pharmacy to pick up this mouthwash and the antibiotics. I went to pick up this mouthwash, and the pharmacist, like, was like, come over here. And took me aside, and he's like, and he slams down this black bottle with every warning label known to man on it. And he's like, all right, here's the deal. You're gonna use this like a mouthwash. You don't want to drink an hour before or an hour after using this. All right? You do not want any of this to go in your stomach or else you're gonna get sick. And I was like, huh? He's like, it's like super poison. Like, it's like poison mouthwash. And he's like, yeah, so swish around this liquid in your mouth everywhere, but don't swallow any of it. So, that's what I'm on right now. It's crazy, dude. Anyway, that was my dentist. I have to see them in a couple weeks, too, after I'm done taking all the antibiotics and I'm done with the mouthwash to see if that fixes it. But we'll see. Oh, man. Anyway, back to the book. I'm basically gargling, like, military-grade formaldehyde. It's, like, wild. Thankfully, it doesn't taste bad. So, that's at least a good thing. It's, like, minty, I guess. They just gave me motor oil to chug. Yeah. Is it chlorhexidine? I don't know what it is, man. It's also, like, the bottle's black, but the liquid's, like, radioactive blue. It's crazy. But anyway, I digress. So, that's where we're at with the pacing of this book, okay? So if my recounting seems like it's all over the place, don't worry, that's the book.
I love you.
Zan, wait, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 61 months. Happy New Year, and hopefully the 4th week doesn't drive you crazy. It's too late. It's too late. Oh my god. Alright, I want to make sure I got everything I need here. I got my notes up. I'll have to hop between... I started taking, like, text-based notes, and then I just started doing voice-to-text notes. So we're gonna go into this. Chat. Once again, if you haven't seen the first review, you're gonna want to see the first review. But if you're here to suffer with me, if you're here for the time, if you're here to see me lose my mind, are y'all ready to jump into Iron Flame, the second book of the Fourth Wing series? I know it's not called the Fourth Wing series, but I can't be bothered to remember what it's actually called. I think it's called, like, the Empyrean or something. I can't remember. Oh my god. Alright. Oh boy. Alright. I'm sorry, I'm taking a drink. We begin. So, let me give you a quick summary of the previous book. Fourth Wing is about Dragon Military School, okay? With a high death rate. Basically, you can go to Dragon Military School, kill each other, until eventually you get to ride a dragon. And it's sick, and it's sweet, and it's awesome. Now, in the... Navarre? I think it's called Navarre. I'm gonna call it Navarre. In the Kingdom of Navarre, they have dragon riders, they have infantry, and then they have, like, you know, scribes, basically. There's infantry, dragon riders, and scribes. That is the basis of their military. Now, our main character Chan goes to dragon riding school because her mom is like, you need to go to dragon riding school. Even though main character Chan wanted to be a scribe. She loves books. So, main character Chan went to dragon riding school. Hijinks ensued. And we learned about how there was a revolution between Navarre and a faction within Navarre, and how the king quashed this rebellion, along with main character Chan's mom. They quashed the rebellion, and a boy by the name of Xanax, who we'll be very intimately familiar with, basically was the son of the revolutionary, and he sacrificed himself, the son, Xanax, basically was scarred for every single child of a revolutionary that they wanted to survive. And as penance for being the children of revolutionaries, all of the children of the revolutionaries had to go to dragon school. They were required to go to dragon school. So Xanax, our male lead, is king of the rebellion, and basically helps all of the revolutionary children not die, basically, is his whole deal. Now, main character Chan's mom obviously was responsible for stopping the revolution, and so there's some bad blood there. There's immediate tension. Xanax and main character Chan are forbidden lovers, man. There's some history there, you know? So they fall in love with each other. Main character Chan goes to dragon school, and she gets paired with a dragon called Terran. But she also gets paired with a juvenile dragon named Adarna. Now, Adarna is a baby dragon, and it's revealed that they never bond to anybody. But basically, main character Chan is so special, she gets 2 dragons. She also gets the power of lightning. She can shoot lightning. Basically like Zeus. She's Zeus woman. Alright? Is everyone following so far? Basically, Navarre is at war with Griffin riders from neighboring regions. Like, Griffin riders are attacking the borders. They're attacking outposts on the borders for some reason. And the good people of Navarre are fighting them back. Alright? Uh-oh! Turns out that, in fact, the Griffin Riders, yes, they are antagonistical, but they are not the main issue. It turns out, mythological creatures known as Venom are basically destroying the planet. And Navarre has a protective ward over the country, and they don't want anyone in the country to find out about that the Venin and Wyverns are attacking this country, basically. They're hiding. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. That's basically the situation. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Xanax and main character Chan, a very important detail that I can see people talking about in chat. Whenever main character Chan and Xanax have the hanky-panky spanky, when she reaches that funny, penultimate, she shoots lightning, and she set a forest on fire. So that's something that happens in this. I have to know it, and you need to know it too. Now, through a series of events, these are actually some genuinely important details. So, basically as part of their graduating of the year, the Dragon Riders from main character Chan's class have to do a mission. Now, they get sent by main character, childhood best friend Kun. Childhood best friend Kun, who was almost the love interest, who's not. Childhood best friend Kun, who's kind of an incel. His dad sent them on this mission for their graduating class. And childhood best friend Kun has the ability to read memories if he touches someone. So he touched main character Chan and learned that they were gonna go on this mission and they were gonna swing by this place where Xanax is not supposed to be, but Xanax is now going, alright? So they fly there, they get to the outpost, and it turns out the outpost is abandoned. And they basically are left with a message of Venin are about to attack a neighboring village outside the outpost. You can either return back and show your loyalty, or you can fight the Venin and save the innocent people. And so our main characters decide to fight the Venin. In this battle, the most important thing you need to know is that my favorite character, and your favorite character too, dies in this battle, alright? And that is our boy Liam. Liam dies in this battle, alright? I want to see 07s in chat for Liam, man. The greatest loss in book history is Liam. My boy just wanted to carve minis and hang out with the homies. That's all he wanted. Alright? When I started reading this book, I was like, I'm gonna feel Liam's absence. And boy, do you. Boy, did they twist that knife, man. It's great. We'll get into that. So, Liam dies in battle. Another guy called Soliel also dies, but we don't give a shit about him. He can just die. It's fine. Liam is the one we care about, alright? Jack is dead. Jack died. A mountain fell on him. He's fucking dead. So, Liam is dead. They eventually kill the Venin, but it's like, holy shit, they're alive. Main character Chan gets stabbed with a dagger and is, like, dying. And, like, Xanax is like, fuck, my girlfriend is dying. We need to take her to get healed somewhere. But we can't go back to Dragon School because she got stabbed by a Venin, like this conspiracy cover-up. They're gonna cover that up, so we can't take her to Dragon School. So they take her to the Revolutionaries' castle, which I guess the country of Navarre decided was like, we burnt it, so there's probably no one there. No, turns out the revolutionaries are still there, idiots. So they take main character Chan to this castle where she gets healed, and it is revealed that her brother, who has been quote-unquote dead, he died during the revolution, he was killed by revolutionaries, is in fact not dead. He is in fact alive, and he heals his sister, and the book ends with him going, "Welcome to the revolution." Alright. That is where we left off from the first book. That is the summary you are getting. If you want more details, you might still be lost. You need to watch the first review. Alright? Suffer with me. Alright, are we all good? We all have that, we all understand, correct? We're all good? Okay. I need to, like, breathe. I need to breathe, man. Heavy breathing. Alright, good. Chat understands. Good. Can I just say how fucked up it is? I read the first Horus Heresy novel and I did a book club on that. But people are showing up for this. I see your priorities, chat. Don't think I don't notice, chat. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, here we go. Let's get into it, man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Alright, we know what we're about. Alright. Let us begin. I'm gonna put this down. Alright, here we go. We begin now. I'm giving you guys shit, it's fine. These are meant to be fun, so it's all good. Now we get into it, alright? Let us begin. So, we start the second book of Fourth Wing off with main character Chan waking up, and she's like, what the shit? My brother's alive. She literally is like, he's alive. Like, every other sentence, she's like, my brother is alive. And her brother is like, yo, it's me, your brother. I'm alive. Also nice to see you. Also welcome to the revolution. I healed you so you didn't die, and you've been asleep for, like, multiple days. And main character Chan is like, what the hell is happening? My brother's alive? Like, her brother being dead, like, caused their father to die. And also, like, her mom and her sister are mega upset that he's dead. And he's not dead. He's, in fact, alive. He's been hanging out in Rebel's Castle, which is what I'm going to call the location, by the way. We're calling it Rebel's Castle. Hi, Thero. Hello, Thero. You came here right at the right time. So, you know, she's awake, and brother is like, here, eat some biscuits, you thirsty and hungry bitch. So she starts shoveling biscuits into her mouth, and, you know, I'm looking at my notes right now. My first note of the book is revolution military baby. It's my first note. So, basically, he explains that during the revolution, he didn't die, but Terran's previous rider, so Terran had a rider before main character Chan, Terran's previous rider somehow managed to save his life, and now he's alive, and now he's working for the revolution, which is great. So, you know, main character Chan is like, where's Xanax? Where's my man at? And he's like, he's probably in a meeting. We'll deal with that later. I actually have to go to a meeting, but once I'm done with my meeting, you can go and see your dragons. And she's like, okay. Because the thing is, main character Chan is like reaching out to Terran, and she can like sense Terran, but she can't sense Adarna. She's like, where's Adarna? Why can't I? Why? Because again, the dragons in this have like a bond with humans where they have like a psychic link. Okay, let me just quickly re-explain the polycule situation, like the weird mental polycule situation. So this is the polycule, right? Because all of these entities are bonded together for some reason or another, they all have a psychic link with one another, alright? Let me just explain this real fast. So, main character Chan is bonded to Terran, right? This big black dragon that's really cool and badass. Now, Terran is mating with another dragon called Sigil. I'm butchering the name. Sigil. That dragon is Xanax's dragon. And she is connected to Xanax. And now, you know, main character Chan, Terran, Sigil, and Xanax are all have part of this mental polycule. And then we have Adarna, who's also there. And the other thing as well is that if anyone in this polycule, stay with me, chat, please, I swear to God. If anyone in this polycule gets excited for something very specific, they all feel it. So that's important to note. You can't block it out, but it happens. So anyway, we've established this. So main character Chan is like, I can sense Terran, I can sense, you know, but I can't sense Adarna. So that's the situation. So she gets up And she's like, I need to go find Xanax. And so she's walking, and she runs into two characters, which I will remind you of because they actually have a more significant role in this book now. There is Bidok, who I'm butchering his name. I don't care. His name is Bidok. Bidok is a revolutionary. He is basically kind of the leader of... He basically is now taking... Okay, we'll get to his deal basically later. He's the cousin of Xanax. He's Xanax's cousin, right? And then there's also Imogen Heap, who we're gonna call Imogen Heap? Imogen Heap. Her name's Imogen, but I'm gonna call her Imogen Heap because it's funnier. So Imogen Heap is our, you know, colorful-haired pronouns girl, and she's a badass, like boxer bitch, and I love her for that. She did not like main character Chan in the beginning of, like, the first book, but she's really good in this book. So Imogen Heap and Bidok are looking into this giant chamber, and main character Chan comes waltzing up and is like, where's my man at? Where's my hug at? She walks in, and she looks into this room, and there is a giant war table, and there are several people at the war table. Now, chat, I want to point out, this book loves to introduce a metric buttload of characters and then leave the scene. So I'm not going to go into detail unless the characters become kind of relevant, but we're going to give a brief overview here of who we're dealing with at this meeting, okay? I'm going to probably fuck this up because they introduce a lot of characters real quick. Alright, so, at the meeting, we have, of course, Xanax. We have Brother. We have Brother character. We have Silver Beardman. Alright? We have Silver Beardman, whose name is Felix. We find this out later. We have Suri the Bitch. That's what I have in my notes. We have Suri the Bitch. We have Buff Lady Axe Proportion, because they describe her as a buff lady who has axe-like proportions. Whatever the fuck that means. What does that mean? We have Eye Patch Dude. And we have Nico Robin Black-Haired Lady. Alright? So they're having... they're having an important meeting. And they're talking about how the Venin are attacking. Alright? Now the reality of the Venin existing is like, this is our big threat. We have a big threat, basically. And basically, to explain... Brother and Xanax want to do two things. They have two goals, okay? The Revolution has two goals right now. Well, technically three. We'll get into the three goals that they have. They're at this meeting. They have three goals. Goal number one. They want to keep supplying the Griffin Riders, because we learned in the first book that Xanax is supplying the Griffin Riders with weapons. They are supplying the Griffin Riders with magical daggers that can kill Venin. So they want to keep supplying the Griffin Riders with those so they can kill Venin on the other side of the ward. Alright? Goal number two. They want to make their own forge, which is like a magical forge. They want to make their own forge so they can make their own weapons so they don't have to smuggle them anymore. But in order to do that, they need to get something called a luminary. What is a luminary? I don't fucking know. I still don't know. But they need a luminary. And... like, we'll get to that in a moment. So they need a luminary to make a forge, to make weapons to kill Venin, alright? Typical crafter stuff. Number three, they want to try and find a way to set up a ward over Rebel Castle, okay? Because Rebel Castle has a ward that can protect it from Venin, but it's not activated yet. It hasn't been activated, more or less. Like, the shield, the protection bubble, you know, yeah. So, like, that's their three goals, alright? Now, the people at the meeting are like, Xanax, if we hand over main character Chan to this guy, he will give us a luminary. And Xanax, because he's thinking with his pee-pee, is like, no way, I'm not handing over my mental polycule girlfriend. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. But it's kind of like, you don't know why they're arguing, but they're like, if we hand her over to this person, like, we can get, like, this thing. And Xanax is like, absolutely not. And, you know, they're arguing. At this point, everyone notices that main character Chan is watching the meeting. It's not a private meeting. People can sit in and watch, which is great for secrets. It's perfect. So, you know, they all look, they see main character Chan, and everyone fucking hates her. Except for her own brother, of course, and Xanax. But it's like, it's so bizarre because, like, Brother Kun is there. He's been there for forever, and they're totally chill with him, but not his sister, which is whatever, I don't know. So everyone is arguing, and eventually Xanax is like, hey, this is my rebel castle. It belonged to my father. It's mine. It's my Xbox. Get off. And so the people at the meeting are like, fine, we'll leave it here, but, like, we don't want, like, they're really worried because they have to go back to Dragon School. They can't stay there. They're like, they're gonna have to go back to Dragon School, and now she knows our secret. She knows about Rebel Castle. And main character Chan could potentially get interrogated, and that information could be given to the enemy, basically. But Xanax is like, nah, she's good. Shut up. Editor's note, she's in fact not good. She's completely capable of revealing that information. There's nothing basising her strength of will against it. So the people in the meeting all adjourn and they leave and they're all like, blah, 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 blah. And they're like me. They're like, God damn it, Xanax is thinking with his pee-pee all the time. It's worth pointing out, it only takes 20 pages in the book for main character to talk about Xanax's hot body. I think that's an important detail that everyone here should know. Alright? Is this series actually worth reading? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, an important thing is that childhood best friend Kun, if he touches her face, he could learn basically what's going on. It's like putting oil in water. It's bad. So, you know, Xanax walks over, and main character Chan is like, oh, he's so hot and sexy, and his black hair, and his scarred body, and his thick face, and his everything, and he's 6'1", because of course he is. But, like, she remembers, though, that she's mad at him, because in the first book, it was kind of a shock that he was supplying the Griffin Riders, that the Venom were real, that her brother was alive. Like, these were big secrets, right? So she is justifiably really upset with Xanax for kind of being a huge liar, even though this is for the sake of the revolution. But she's being, like, really like, you lied to me. Like, you've been keeping all these secrets from me. And, like, why, like, I still love you, but I don't know if I love you anymore. And it's like, uh-oh, trouble in paradise. So, everyone else leaves.
Thank you.
Oh, Proto Saber. Thank you for the 500 bits. Did you know they have Fourth Wing coloring books? Coloring books. I can believe that. There's adult coloring books. They're everywhere. Also, there's, like, merchandise, which I'm terrified of existing. No one has recommended it to my throne yet. You better not. I'm gonna reject it every time. I don't want that in my house. Anyway, back to the story. So that's chapter 1. Chapter 2, brother is like, hey, Xanax, can I talk to my sister alone for a while? And Xanax is like, alright, but once you're done, like, I'm gonna take her to her dragons. And brother is like, yeah, okay, sure, I got you, no worries. And so everyone leaves, leaving main character Chan and her brother, and they have a little talk, right? It's worth noting, in my notes, I have put, main character keeps saying it's so him every time brother does literally anything. Anytime the brother character does anything, she's like, oh, it's so him. And I'm like, I know! He's your brother, I get it! I'm getting really loud so early, I'm gonna be thrashed by the end of this chat. So, they're together. How hot is the brother? No. We're viewing this story through the lens of his sister. He's not described as hot, chat. I'm sorry. So, there's an awkward silence, which literally is, in the book, reads as cue awkward silence. And Brother Kun, you know, they have a bit of a fight, because, you know, obviously main character Chan is like, you've been dead for 7 years. Mira, our sister, has been, like, despondent about your death. Dad died after you did, because it made him so sad. And, like, Mom is super miserable. And we've all been upset, and you've just been here. And he's like, listen, I'm sorry, I have reasons, I can't come back. You know, there's reasons I had to stay away, and I can't quite explain it. And so she's like, I'm mad at you now, too. And he's like, well, let me tell you some stuff that maybe will help, like, you understand the gravity of the situation. Now, here's a big reveal, chat. So, the Venom have been decimating the world. Like, it's like a world-ending catastrophe level of, like, issue here, basically. Now, the Venom are basically, like, liches. They're, like, evil wizards who suck the land dry of their magic, and, like, they just, like, they're eating up all the magic of the planet and destroying kingdoms and destroying life as we know it. They can summon wyverns, which are, like, you know, dragon-like creatures, and they are just, like, a force of destruction. Where the dragon riders pull their power from their bonded dragons, the Venom just, like, force it out of the earth, basically. I'm sweating already, chat. I gotta take off my hoodie. Hold on. I'm already getting it we haven't gotten to the bullshit yet. Or the crazy shit yet. Hold on. Let me... Alright. So... here's some information about the Venom that we learned from Brotherhood. One, they got a year left. Maybe even half a year. The Venom are so powerful that Brotherhood predicts that they have maybe half a year to a year left before they show up at Nevaire's doorstep. Two, Nevaire has somehow been able to build lures to lure the Venom to large cities outside of their kingdom. Those are two big details, alright? So, that's what Brotherhood imparts into main character Chan, alright? Now, he says goodbye to her. She's gotta go back to Dragon School, and he's like, listen, you gotta keep this shit on the down low, okay? You really need to keep this on the down low, or else everyone is gonna die. Like, this is like, if this information gets out, everyone's gonna die, basically, more or less. So, they say their farewells, they hug, and they leave. She's still kind of mad, and she goes out and meets with Xanax. He's hot and sexy. We are constantly reminded of this, constantly. Glad to see that hasn't changed from the first book, chat. It is endless. So, main character Chan meets up with Xanax. Xanax is like, how is the meeting with your brother? And she's like, I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad at him. I'm upset with everyone in my life right now. I don't want to talk to either of you. So, oh man. But is Xanax hot? Apparently! Apparently he's the second coming of abs Jesus. I have no idea. He's as attractive apparently. Oh man. Sorry, allow me to continue. So, main character Chan goes out and meets her dragon. She sees Terran, and Terran's like, sup, it's me, Terran, your giant dragon. But, Adarna, the golden feathertail dragon, is no longer golden, and is no longer a feathertail. She has turned black, similar to Terran. Worth pointing out, Adarna is not Terran's child. It has been said multiple times over that Adarna is not Terran's child. But she's completely black now. And apparently she is she's a teenager now. Which means she has to go into the sacred teenager sleep. So they need to return her to the dragon hatching lands, and she needs to go into her teenager sleep to fully form as a full dragon, basically, is what is revealed. So, main character Chan is like, oh shit, oh snap. And then Terran is like, we gotta get back to the dragon hatching lands. Like, we can't stay here, we have to go back. We are then introduced to 3 more characters. These are the 3 characters we are introduced to. These are all rebels. They're all rebel. They all have the mark of the rebel. But we have three characters. We have Kyran, who is described as a cherub-faced baby boy. Alright, we have Kyran. We have Aya, E-Y-A, not Aya like from Unexpectables, but Aya, who is a lady rebel with piercings. Alright? And then we have Mason, who I have in my notes as Twink Glasses Rebel. Alright? They are gonna join Xanax and main character Chan and Imogen Hep and Bidok back to Dragon School. As they are flying back, they are worried about childhood best friend Kun reading the minds of literally any of them at this point. Like, literally, childhood friend best Kun is the biggest problem for them right now. If he touches any of them, the entire revolution dies, basically. So that's the situation. Thus ends chapter 2. Eventually I'm gonna lose track of what chapter we're on, but it's fine. Chapter 3. It has only been 5 minutes that Adarna has been a teenager dragon, and the sass meter is off the charts. She's constantly fighting with Terran and being like a really petty teenager, and I love it. It's great. They get back to Dragon School, and the first thing that they do, those motherfuckers, the first thing they do, chat, Xanax and main character Chan get back to Dragon School, and they go into Liam's room. Fuck you, book. They go into Liam's room, and part of the universe's like lore. Also, let me know if my synth music's too loud. I think it's pretty low. I think we're good. The thing is with this universe, when you die, all of your items you own are supposed to be burned with your body and given to the god of death called Malik, which is really awkward because that's Bosco's character in our D&D game on Tuesday. But when you die, they burn you and all your stuff, and you get sent to Malik, basically. Now, main character Chan and Xanax, they go into Liam's room. I have it in my notes. They go into Liam's room. Fuck you, book. They do go into his room, and they collect a bunch of letters he had written to his sister. Because if you remember in the first book, when he died, he was like, hey, my sister is coming to Dragon School next year. Please make sure she doesn't die. I have letters for her. Like, please give her my letters, and please, like, protect her. And don't let her die. Even when he's dying, Liam is being most selfless human in the book, man. Oh my god, dude. So they go into Liam's room, they grab the letters, and Xanax and main character Chan are there, and they walk out of Liam's room, and they run into Shoe Best Friend. Shoe Best Friend, main character Chan helped Shoe Best Friend in the first book, and now, okay, Shoe Best Friend is ride or die. I love Shoe Best Friend. Shoe Best Friend is incredible, man. She's great. I love Shoe Best Friend. So they walk out of Liam's room with this giant parcel of letters, and across the hallway, Shoe Best Friend opens the door and sees them and is like, oh my god, you guys are alive! And Xanax and main character Chan are like, yeah, we were gone for an extra day because I got super wounded, but yeah, we're alive. And they're like, oh my god, and they walk up to Shoe Best Friend, and they're like, can you take these letters and hide them? And Shoe Best Friend is like, oh. Wait. Liam is dead? It's worth pointing out that Shoe Best Friend and Liam had some chemistry chat. I didn't want to say it because I wanted them all to myself, but Shoe Best Friend and Liam, yeah. So when they hand her the letters, they're like, hide these, and she goes, no, he's not. And they're like, yeah, he is. It's not fucking fair, chat. It's not fucking fair. So she takes the letters. And she's like, I'll hide them, don't worry. And as they leave to go join Dragon School, Xanax and main character Chan have a big fight. They have a huge fight. You know? Main character Chan is like, you lied to me. You lied to me about all this stuff. You don't trust me with any of this information. And Xanax is like, well, yeah, because, like, I don't know if you would have, like, betrayed us or not. And she's like, I don't know if I can love you if you're gonna just keep secrets from me. And so they're fighting. They're going at it. They're fighting each other. And eventually they make their way outside. And as they walk outside to join the other, you know, dragon riding students who had finished their war game, the fucking old dude who reads out the death toll, like, every day this is how crazy Dragon School is. Every day there is an old man whose job it is to read out who died the previous day. And so old man comes out and he's like, Xanax is dead, and so is main character Chad. And then everyone, like, turns and, like, looks. They're like, no, they're here, I think. Yeah, they're here. And so they're there. And guess who's in the audience but main character Chan's mom, general of the army, as well as childhood best friend Kun's dad, who, by the way, I'm just gonna call him Dick Dad. I'm gonna call childhood best friend Kun's dad, it's so long, I'm gonna call him Dick Dad. So Dick Dad is responsible for sending Xanax and main character Chan and their whole, like, flock to that outpost where the Venom attacked, with the intention of killing them. Testing their loyalty or killing them. But they've made it back somehow. And immediately he's like, how the fuck did I get back? Like, he immediately knows something went down, but there is no warrant, Ba Sing Se. There are no Venom in Nevers or outside of Nevers, so he can't say anything outwardly. But he immediately is like, you need to tell us what happened. Like, what happened? And main character Chan has to lie. It's her first time ever seriously having to lie. So she's in front of her mom, and her mom is pissed because her daughter almost died, and she thought her daughter was dead, but she wasn't dead. And so she comes up, and Xanax and main character Chan are like, yeah, we went to this outpost, it was abandoned, and then we got attacked, and then main character lies and says we got attacked by griffins. We got attacked by griffin riders, and they killed 2 dragon riders and 2 dragons. And Dick Dad is like, knows that's not true. Like, Dick Dad knows that that didn't happen because he set this trap up to kill him, right? And main character Chan's mom starts, like, pressing Dick Dad. She's like, what do you mean? You sent them to an outpost, an unmanned outpost, and expected them to intercept an actual, like, that's your... She grabs him by the fucking scruff and drags him away to, like, tear into him, basically off screen. And Xanax is like, we're gonna have to lie like that. This is why we have to lie. And main character Chan is like, I hate this. Next chapter. This next chapter. I love my note is just, this chapter was good. As if that fucking helps me out. Alright. So, oh god, oh my god, okay, hold on, right, okay, this is why I have notes, chat. Yeah, actual concern for mom, yeah, main character Chan's mom is actually upset. So, there's an important reminder here, chat. I did tweet out about this as well. Main character Chan and Xanax stand back in line during graduation. They all get graduated. So now, they are no longer cadets. They are now, like, kind of baby officers. They're no longer, they're second years now. Now they have the responsibilities and they're no longer cadets. So everyone gets a promotion. Now Xanax is officially, like, fully promoted. He has to serve now. So now comes the conundrum and the best part about this book, chat. Are you ready for this shit? So they all get, their promotions, basically, right? Now, all of the people who were second years, who are now third years, are now basically in service. They have to go and they have to do service. They're basically they have to do practicum, dragon riding practicum, basically. So Xanax, everyone who basically, oh god, this is where it gets all jumbled. Basically, everyone who is now a third year has to go out and fight in battle, which is great. I love that for them. So Xanax, basically, because they thought Xanax was dead, they didn't have a place for him to go. So the people in charge of the military are like, well, scrambling to try and figure out a way for him, where like a place to put him, basically. However, as you remember, main character Chan, Xanax, and their dragons are part of a psychic polycule, and also main character Chan's dragon Terran and Xanax's dragon Sigale are a mated pair of dragons. If they don't go and see each other every week, they're gonna get pissy. And there's nothing they can do about it. So the military has to send out Xanax with alternating weeks. Either Xanax comes back to school and visits the dragons there, or main character Chan has to fly out and visit Xanax at his outpost, basically. So that's basically the situation. What that means for us as readers. And chat, mwah. Chat, this is the saving grace of the book right now. Chat, are you ready for this shit? You might be disappointed. You don't worry, you won't be. But for my sake, it's great, okay? This means that for the majority of the first half of this book, Xanax and main character Chan are not together. And it's the best. This book's quality skyrockets when Xanax and the main character are not in the same room together. Now, we are not completely scot-free of this, okay? They do visit each other, but we are not burdened with every honestly, every half page of main character Chan lusting over Xanax, okay? This made the book significantly more tolerable to read. I am not gonna lie to you. Holy shit, is it better. Oh my god. So, everyone gets promoted, and they're getting ready to go out and party to celebrate the fact that they're second years. Now, Dick Dad walks up on Xanax and main character Chan, and this is why I think I said it was a really good chapter. So, Dick Dad is like, sup bitches, I know that you're lying, and you know that I can't say anything, you bitches, but here's the thing, I will take you down. I know what you are. I'm gonna find a way. You'll see. And Xanax and main character Chan are like, what are you talking about, Dick Dad? We got attacked by griffins. Right? And there's like tension, and it's like really, really fucking good. So, off they go. That ends the chapter. Off they go. Yes, okay, in my notes I have, fuck childhood best friend's dad and childhood best friend. They can shove it. Because, yes, main character Chan also gets really upset with childhood best friend Kun. Because he touched her forehead and she's pissed at him. She's specifically upset because if he didn't do that and didn't say anything to his dick dad, that meant Liam and Soliel would be alive. Which is true. If they didn't set up that trap, Liam would still be alive. So, yeah, Dick Dad and childhood best friend could fucking shove it. It's all their fault that he's dead. Anyway, next chapter. Immediately in the next chapter, we jump to a party. It is the graduation party, and people are drinking alcohol left and right. I am then immediately reminded that there is a character in this book that shares the same legal first name as me. Which, listen, if you're like a John or like, you know, a Sarah, like if you have a name that's like more common, that's fine. I'm sure that's something that happens a lot often. I don't have a particular, I don't want to sound like a hipster piece of shit, but I don't have a very common first name, alright? But there's a character in this book. There are 3 characters. No, I'm gonna pop off about this. No, fuck, I gotta pop off about this right now. There are 3 characters in this book that have regular ass names. Alright? At least names that I'm familiar with being regular names, okay? Alright? One is the main character Chan's name, which is Violet. But I don't call her Violet, I call her main character Chan. The second regular name was Liam. That's pretty, you know, that's pretty normal. Then the third is my name. Everyone else has, like, crazy-ass fantasy names. But of the 3 regular names, why am I there? Why am I there? Anyway, I'm at the party. We're drinking. We're getting crunk. You know, we're celebrating that we graduated. I'm also, like, the biggest thing about being a second-year dragon rider is that you can go into town and you can fuck some bitches. I'm not even lying. Everyone is so hype because they can go into town and there's more people they can have happy slappies with, man. So they can go and they don't have to deal with, like, they're all, my character is like, guys, it's great. Now we can go out to town and we no longer have to date within our class anymore. We're free of this burden. We can go and meet infantry people and meet with them. Jesus Christ, man. That's my character. That's me. I'm saying that. Anyway, they party. They're all drinking. They're all having a great time. And main character Chan gets a little drunk. But then they're drinking and they all... Oh, man. Fucking Jesus Christ. They kill me with this every time, man. You know, they're all drinking and they're like, man, you know, we did it. We made it to our second year. And they're like, and very soon we'll be on the field and we'll be fighting. And main character Chan is like, guys, you don't know what it was like, you know? Out there battling, what it actually is like. It's like nothing you've ever seen. And then everyone there collectively is like, Liam. And they all grab a cup. I'm gonna grab a cup. Grab a cup with me, chat. Grab a cup right now with me. And they all raise their glasses and they go, to Liam. To Liam. And they drink to him. At this point, Imogen Hep has joined the party, and she's actually also being nice. In fact, all of the other people at the party are like, Imogen, you're being nicer, what's going on? And she's like, I just miss Liam, man. You know, I'm done fighting, I'm gonna try and be a team player now. And, yeah, they toast my boy. The rebels, the entire class toasts Liam, and it's kind of a beautiful scene, you know? And they drink, and they get drunk, and they... You know, it's great. Eventually, main character Chan, drunk, is like... Oh, man. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. I have my notes here. So... Yeah, main character Chan gets up. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. No. So... Yeah, this is what happens. So... Shoe Friend is now squad leader. So Shoe Friend is now in charge of the entire squad. Which includes Riddick, Sawyer, myself, main character Chan, and her. So she's the leader of our group now, basically. Shoe Friend has gotten a promotion, so she's in charge of the squad now. However... Childhood best friend Kun is now leader of the entire wing. So the wing would be like a branch, basically, and then there's squads within that branch. So Shoe Friend is now leader of their squad, But childhood best friend Kun is now leader of the wing, which is what Xanax was before he went to actually be a military person. So now, childhood best friend Kun has the position that Xanax used to have as a wing leader, basically. So there you go. Oh, man. So, main character Chan is like, I'm gonna go see if I can find Xanax, because I'm drunk. She gets up, and she starts to walk, and she does find Xanax. He's being all hot and sexy. He's hanging out with his muscle friend Garrick, because remember, his best friend was like a thick slab of beef. And they're drinking, and she walks up to Xanax, and they start talking, and then approaching them comes Dick Dad. And chat, in comes probably my second favorite character of the book. A motherfucker called Barish. You can tell he's a good character because I remembered his name. So Dick Dad and Varish show up. And Varish is basically... he's like a military guy. He's like a conniving little fuck. Varish is... I can't remember what his actual title is. He's like a commander. He's like a commander. His name is Varish, not Barish. Varish. V-A-R-R-I-S-H. Varish. So... Dick Dad and Varish show up. And they're like, sup Xanax, sup main character Chan. And they're like, how can we help you? And Dick Dad is like, oh, I wanted to introduce you to Varish. Varish is the, like, commander of, like, he's like a vice commander of the military. And he's gonna be in charge of your second year experience. Now, Barish's most beautiful of qualities is that he loves torture, he loves interrogation, and he's an all-around dick. That is Varish. So he's like, yeah, so in your second year, oh my god. Hold on. I gotta see when they bring this up here. So he's like, yeah, in your second year, you're gonna learn how to not get interrogated. There's gonna be a part in school where we're gonna randomly kidnap you. And we're gonna torture you. And we're gonna, like, basically test your willpower to, not get, you know, interrogated, basically. And I'm in charge of that. I'm also very important. And I also hate you. So that's Varish. We're gonna see a lot of Varish chat, and I love him. Because he's such a, like, he's such a, like, a taps his fingertips together, like, yes, kind of villain, and I love him for it. He is cartoonishly evil, and I love it in this. So, off they go. And Xanax and main character Chan go outside. And they start touching each other, but not like, I don't know. There's a lot of chemistry, I guess. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not a scientist. There's a lot of chemistry. And, you know, Xanax is like, we have to watch out for Dick Dad and Varish. They're good. They're evil. They're gonna try and get, you need to, like, keep up your shields. Because main character Chan, like, you can keep up, like, mental shields in this universe, I guess. It's like the Force. I don't know. The rules of magic in this universe is a bit dubious, but Xanax is like, main character Chan, you need to learn how to keep up your shields. That way, you know, childhood best friend Kun, Dick Dad, Varish, literally anyone else, like, everyone else can't, like, read your mind or, like, look into you and, like, get information out of you, basically. So there, he's like, you gotta train yourself to do this, or else you're gonna fuck up the revolution, everyone in that meeting is gonna be right, and we shouldn't have trusted you, and that's what's gonna happen. And she's like, okay, I'm still mad at you, though, for lying to me. And Xanax is like, okay, then I guess you're mad. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's like one line where it's like she's like, yeah, what happens if I decide I want to sleep with somebody else, you know? Monty, me, in the book is excited about going and sleeping with other people. God damn it. And like, she's like, what if I want to do that, huh? What are you gonna do about it? And Xanax like, do it. I don't think you're gonna, because I tried falling out of love with you, and let me tell you right now, main character Chan, it's hard. I don't think you can fall out of love with me. We're too hot for it. And she's like, damn it, that bastard, he knows. So they have like a little spat. They tease each other. It's like, you know, they're bluffing each other. And he's like, I'll see you in a week. You're gonna be visiting me. I think you're gonna be visiting me. Yeah. Oh my god, there's so much happening. They're gonna visit each other in a week, basically. So that's their thing. There is now a wedge in this rom-com, chat. There's a wedge between Xanax and main character Chan. Main character Chan is upset that Xanax lied to her, and Xanax is like, we're not gonna do the hanky-panky-spanky unless you say 3 words to me, baby. And she's like, I can't say those 3 words because you lied to me, you sexy bastard. And he's like, yeah, that's fair. See you in a week. Mwah. And off he fucks. So that ends that chapter, where we establish now that there's trouble in paradise. Liam is dead. And we got 2 villainous forces. Well, technically 3. We got 3 villainous forces now. We have Best Friend Kun, Dick Dad, and Varish. So Xanax is gone. Off he fucks to go to an outpost, I guess. He's gonna get positioned in an outpost, basically. Alright. What is happening right now? Alright, we're on to chapter 7. Off he fucks! He went! He left! I don't know what else to tell you, he left! There's no drama in this romance, and why is anyone reading? That's true. I guess that makes it more fun and exciting. Anyway, next chapter. We're back at school, chat. We're back to the 2nd year of Dragon School. We're in it. And this shit hops around, baby. So they go back to class. They go back to, like, homeroom class. And we are introduced to a new character. Now, chat, you liked Jack, didn't you? You all loved Jack. Our fucking murder boy. For those who weren't here for the last one, Jack wanted to kill main character Chan for being weak. And then main character Chan exploded him and, like, toppled a mountain on top of him during, like a challenge game. Jack is, like, he's so stupidly evil, it's so funny. Jack was like, you're weak, main character Chan, I'm gonna kill you. And then he tried, and then he failed, and then he died. So that's Jack. Anyway, Jack had a girl, like, not girlfriend, but he had, like, a girl, like, crony with him named Carolyn, which I guess is another one of those real names. But female Jack is here. I'm just gonna call her female Jack. Female Jack is here, and, she's a first year, I guess. She's a friend of Jack's, and now she's here as a first year, I think. It's not quite specified. They get to homeroom, and the teachers are like, sup students, sup year 2 student. No, I think she has to be a year 2 student then. Yeah, she's gotta be a year 2 student. Anyway, female Jack is there. Teacher Kun comes into the classroom and is like, sup students, welcome to being 2nd years. Congratulations for those of you who got new positions. Congratulations for making it through your 1st year without dying. Yippee! Yahoo! Now, let's talk about how you're going to be systematically tortured as part of your 2nd year, and also how we're going to be training in different ways. So the biggest thing that they're going to learn how to do is, 1, get ready to be interrogated and tortured, because that's a fun team-building exercise. And 2, we're going to learn how to land, like, jump off of your dragons and roll onto the battlefield. So guess what? We're doing some gymnastic. Now, main character Chan is made of spit, paper mache, and a dream. So she's immediately like, oh god, how the hell am I going to do that? I had to ride in a saddle. I can't even ride bareback on my dragons, let alone, like, I had to, like, unstrap myself and, like, jump off of my dragon. Oh, that's a formula for success. Did one of the characters take AP waterboarding as their elective for the year? Nah, that's right next to Chinese water torture. People get them mixed up all the time, man. Yeah, the main character's so weak she can't use swords, she uses daggers. Exactly, yeah. She didn't, her constitution and strength are the dump stat. So, main character Chan, after class is like, her friends are like, oh, do you want to, like, hang out and study? And she's like, no, I gotta go do some stuff. And they're like, but we're friends. We always hang out and we do stuff together. And this is where the other conflict comes in, chat. Main character Chan starts putting a distance between her and her friends. Like, Shoe Friend and Riddick, the funny Sokka man, and Sawyer, the serious boy, and me, the sassy rebel with purple hair and cut sleeves. She doesn't want to hang out with me, chat. She's too busy wanting to go look at books. So main character Chan goes to the archives and meets with her book friend. So we have book friend now. Now book friend is cool because she speaks in sign language, and sign language is sick. Which, by the way, I'm trying to learn more sign language this year as well. I actually added some ASL stuff to my throne because I want to try and learn ASL more. I picked up some new words recently. I'm trying to learn how to fingerspell. It's hard. Anyway, book friend speaks only through sign language, which is sick as hell. And so main character Chan is like, yo, book friend, can you do me a favor? Can you get me some books on like these kind of specific things? And book friend is like, yeah, I can do that for you. And then, you know, book friend is like, where's Liam at? And main character Chan is like, well, Liam is gone. It's worth pointing out that Liam had a crush on book friend, and he wanted to ask her out on a date, and main character Chan didn't like that idea because she was like, you're a dragon rider, you could die, you'll break her heart. Guess it didn't take him too long, did it? Son of a bitch. So, book friend gets sad. They twist, dude, chat, they twist the knife so often with Liam. It's great because I want everyone to feel the way I feel. I want every character in this fucking book to feel the way I feel. So I'm glad they're twisting the blade. I want them all to feel bad because I feel bad too. I'm going scorched earth on this one. They killed my boy. I'm upset. So anyway, that ends the chapter. Main character Chan asks book friend to get her books. She's specifically looking for information on how to basically fix the wards. So now main character Chan is like, I have to learn about the wards because I want to see if I can try and help fix the wards. That is now main character Chan's goal. So, we jump ahead significantly. This is going to be a reoccurring trend, chat, where we are going to jump ahead in, like, the year. This year is going to be so fast, chat. This book's pacing goes so quickly. So if you recall in the first book, there was something called the parapet, which all of the students of Dragon School would have to walk across this, like, thin railing above a giant fucking chasm. And if you fall off, you die. And if you get across, congratulations, welcome to Dragon School, basically. Now, because they're now second years, they're in charge of running the parapet with the new cadets that are coming in. I'm starting to think the author was surprised how popular Liam was and just retroactively making the death hurt more. Yeah! Probate, I think you might be right. Like, I genuinely, reading the book, I'm like, I think Liam was way more well-received than expected, and that was, like, what happened. It genuinely feels like it. Because the fucked up part about this book is that Liam gets more screen time in this book just by being mentioned by other characters than he did in the first book. It's insane, dude. He has more character presence being dead. He's like a painter. Like a famous painter. He's got more value being dead than alive. It's messed up, man. God damn it, man. Anyway, so basically, you know, main character Chan, me, Shu best friend, everyone else, they're all in charge of running the parapet. And so is, and because he's there, this is where childhood best friend Kun enters the scene. Now, main character Chan does not like childhood best friend Kun for obvious reasons. But she is like, immediately tells him to fuck off. Childhood best friend Kun is like, why are you mad at me, lol? And it's like, why do you fucking think, you asshole? But they can't fight in front of everybody else, so they don't. But childhood best friend Kun basically is like, well, we're in charge of the parapet this year, so let's just get people through here and let's figure it out. So a bunch of recruits show up, and everyone there is, like, kind of thinking back on when they, like, walked the parapet. Like, there's a sort of, like, oh, I remember when I walked the parapet, and this was, like, a hard thing, and, like, look at how much we've grown. But now we're condemning all of these people to potentially plummet and die. But, you know, there you go. So, by the way, it's worth pointing out that everyone else also hates childhood best friend Kun, too. No one likes him. Childhood best friend Kun has no allies around him. Everyone dislikes him because he's being an asshole. So they're standing and they're like calling people through, and people are going on the parapet. There's like one ginger who like throws people off the side because of course. And then this one, oh, here we fucking go, chat. Here we go, chat. This one guy walks up. And he walks up, and they're like, what's your name? And he's like, my name is Eric Greycastle. And main character Chan looks at Eric Greycastle and is like, you're not Eric. Your name's Cam? Is that you? And he looks at her and goes, what are you talking about? I am Eric Greycastle. And she's like, they kind of have like this moment where they look at each other. I was kind of confused. I was like, who is this guy? And she's, like, looking at this guy, and she clearly, like, main character Chan recognizes this guy as, like, as a different person. But this guy is like, I am this name. I am this name, and you're gonna put down this name. And she's like, okay, Eric Greycastle, like, we'll write it down, but does your father know you're here? And he's like, no, and it's going to stay that way, isn't it? And she's like, oh, fuck, okay, I'm gonna write this down. And so she writes it down, and he starts going on the parapet, this Eric Greycastle, and like one of the, I think I ask, is like, hey, who is that? Who is that guy? And main character Chan is like, he's Eric, for all intents and purposes, he is Eric Greycastle. And everyone else is like looking at each other like, that's clearly not his name, like who is this guy? And in main character Chan's mind, this is such a crazy twist, chat. Chat, get ready for this shit. Eric Greycastle, who has shown up to Dragon School, who is walking the parapet, is the third son of the King of Navir. He is a prince. He's not the crown prince, but he is the prince of Nevers, and he is at Dragon School, and his father doesn't know. Is he hot? I don't know if he's hot, but my god, if he is not a good character. Chat, Eric Greycastle is my favorite character so far. My favorite character in this book so far. I love Eric Greycastle. He's fucking great. And we'll get more into him later. But he walks the parapet, and he makes it to the other side. He gets across. Fantastic. So, more cadets come through. More of them are coming through. And then the next character of importance shows up. And you thought they were twisting the fucking knife before, chat. Liam said it. He wasn't lying. His sister. She was gonna go to Dragon School next year. And guess what year it is? It's What's the next? Liam's sister walks up. She's at the parapet. She's got the rebel mark on her body. And she hates main character Chan. She blames main character Chan for the death of her brother. So, Liam's sister hates main character Chan and blames her. Allow me to read my notes. Liam's sister is at the parapet. No! She's pissed at main character and blames her for Liam's death. Liam's sister is me! So, Liam's sister gets ready to go on the parapet, and immediately main character Chan looks at what she's wearing, looks at her shitty-ass shoes, sees her hair that's not tied back, and is like, this bitch is gonna die. So despite Liam's sister hating her guts, she ties back her hair, and she tells her what to do to survive. But Liam's sister is like, fuck you, fuck the dragon you rode in on, fuck your wife, fuck your horse. Like, she's not, like, Liam's sister is pissed. If you have Liam as a brother, you'd be pissed too. That's all I'm gonna say. So, main character Chan wasn't watching the other cadets go. She just couldn't do it. But she watched Liam's sister go. She had to make sure she got across. Liam's sister makes it across. Parapet is done. They all meet up in a big meeting area with all the surviving parapet survivors. And immediately, main character Chan is upset because Liam's sister is about to go into a different wing. So basically, she would go into a different branch. Which means that main character Chan won't help her, won't be able to reach her, won't be able to assist her. Now, childhood best friend Kun is a dick. He is an incel. He would ask, where's my hug? But in this moment, he does one good thing. He notices that main character Chan clearly cares about Liam's sister. So he goes, and he requests that she get swapped out with another cadet so she can be in the same wing as main character Chan. He gets 1 point for doing the right thing. In my notes, I have childhood best friend makes it so Liam's sister is in a wing where main character can take care of her. You're still responsible for Liam dying, but you did sort of a good thing. Not enough to make up for, being you, but you get negative 99. Yeah, exactly, Lasiris. Negative 99 instead of negative 100 now. Exactly. You get 1 point. So everyone's all lined up. Everyone's getting all lined up. And, they're talking about, they're reading out everyone who died. And everyone's standing in their rows. And there's a roar. And similar to the first year, a bunch of dragons arrive and sit down above the cadets. Now, if you remember, if you run, you die. The dragon will kill you. If you run away from the dragon, you will die. Amongst the dragons is a new one. One that main character Chan has never seen before. It is I think it's an orange dragon. It is a nasty looking orange dragon missing an eye. And it's leering down at the cadets. Right? So, main character Chan is focusing on Liam's sister, and is happy and relieved that she's alive, and is even more happy that she's in the same wing. And they're watching all the cadets, and they're, the people on the stage are like, welcome to Dragon School, you're gonna fucking die, but welcome to Dragon School. When one of the cadets in a different wing begins to run. Now, normally, the dragon would just target that singular person. Turns out, that orange dragon, guess whose dragon that is, chat? Take a big fucking guess as to whose dragon that is. I want to see if you can guess. It's Varish. Yep, that's Varish's dragon. You know, the guy who likes torture and interrogations? That's his dragon. And his dragon has PvP enabled and proceeds to not only breathe fire on the fleeing cadet, but on every single cadet next to them. Immediately, main character Chan tackle dives and protects Liam's sister. A bunch of their cadets are killed, and the dragon just starts killing cadets. Not just the ones that are running away, just any of them. And then, it starts attacking dragon riders. In my notes, it reads...
Thank you.
Oh my god. 100% from Kai Chaos Tempest, thank you so much. Enjoy the trip to Australia, Monty. I'm going to Australia? Crikey, mate. I didn't know I was doing that. Thank you so much. Please don't send me to... Thank you so much. So, in my notes, I have... The new Major Varish Dragon has PvP enabled and fucked a ton of squads when trying to kill 3 sprinters. Shit. And amongst those cadets who were killed... You remember... how we were introduced to a lot of characters early on, including Cyran, the cherub-faced soft boy? Well, now he's a cherub-faced dead boy. Lord Varish's dragon killed him. So goodbye, cherub boy, he's dead. Liam's sister is okay, but main character Chan is super burnt, and Taryn, her dragon, detects that, like, she got hurt. And so Taryn flies over and immediately attacks Varish's dragon in a scene that is really badass, actually. So Taryn shows up, attacks Varish's dragon, and it's revealed that Varish's dragon is called Solus. I'm just going to call him Varish's dragon. But apparently, Varish's dragon lost his eye to Taryn. Taryn took his eye. And so Taryn is like, I am going to take your other eye if you don't knock this shit out. And immediately, Varish's dragon flies away like a pussy and leaves. And that ends that chapter. So there you go. Oh my god. Oh god, this chapter's got a lot of shit in it. Alright. Is this at this point? I think it's later. Yeah, it's later. Alright. Alright, here we are. Now we're on to chapter 9. Chat, it's worth pointing out I'm at like 34 chapters right now where I'm currently at in the book. This book is very long. So they go back to school. You know, main character Chan, her back is all burnt up. And like she goes to get healed by Nolan, who's like the healer man. He's Dr. Man. Now Dr. Man can't heal them. Dr. Man seems to be really tired and seems to be really busy. And everyone is assuming that Healer Man is helping Varish with torture. They're like, he's probably healing people so they can keep torturing them. Oh my god. So we called a bunch of... Yeah, dude, Probate, all of the criticism for this book series is so much to do with that. It is ridiculously ineffective. It's crazy. Oh my god, it's crazy. So, they go to school, and yeah, they notice that the healer, like the doctor of the school, is busy and he's not healing as many people, and he seems really tired and ragged, and there's something weird going on with that. And you know, eventually they go to the mats where they do like their close combat training. And main character Chan and Imogen Hep learn very quickly that Liam's sister can't fight. She is terrible at fighting. The first day she wants to fight main character Chan and everyone's like, you're gonna get your ass beat. No. And they have her like fight other cadets and she can't fight. And main character Chan goes to offer to help, but she hates... Liam's sister hates main character Chan so much she doesn't want to get help from her. So they're watching Liam's sister get her ass handed to her and beat on the mats. And then this big cadet dude shows up behind main character Chan. Me, I'm there, by the way. Don't forget, I'm in this book. I'm there, Imogen's there, and main character Chan are like watching as Liam's sister is getting her ass beat. And this big dude, this big cadet dude walks up behind, walks up behind the group. And he's like, which one of you is, you know, main character Chan? And all three of the girls turn around. And I'm a silly little goober, chat. I'm a silly little goofer. And I'm like, oh, I'm main character Chan. You know, do you like my hair? And the cadet grabs my head and snaps my neck. So I'm dead. Because I pretended to be main character Chan. Because it turns out this big cadet was hired by Dick Dad to assassinate main character Chan. And I was being a silly little goof and said, Teehee, I'm main character Chan. Do you like my hair? And then I got my neck just... Normally this would be a bad thing. But considering that in the book, I wanted to get with anything that had a pulse, I think this was a mercy killing. Honestly. It is so sudden, chat, that this happens. My neck gets snapped, and immediately, main character Chan starts fighting this cadet, and they start fighting, and he, like, whispers in her ear, like, dead people keep better secrets, which is something that Dick Dad said to her. So this cadet was sent by Dick Dad to kill her. They fight, and eventually main character Chan kills the cadet. Wait, why didn't the assassin have a description for the main character? I don't know, man. Plot? I had to die, man. So I'm dead. I'm dead now. I'm with Liam, though, chat. Don't be sad. I'm with Liam now. It's fine. We can hang out in ghost heaven. It's great. Welcome to the first official zombie stream of 2026. Stop being dead. I can't! My neck got snapped. You can't fix that. Book you is free. Yeah, exactly. Book me is free. I don't even think I got to go around the town. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Anyway, that's chapter 9. Chapter 10, main character Chan fights the assassin and kills him. And we learn that everyone's still sad about Liam being dead. And Xanax is leaving letters. So Xanax is sending main character Chan letters in the mail. Which, when you're trying to keep secrets about a revolution, doesn't seem like a good idea, but I think they're just love letters. I'm not sure. They never talk about the contents of the letters. But that's how chapter 10 ends. Main character Chan is almost murdered, and then she gets a love letter at the end. Must be fucking nice. My neck is broken, and I'm dead. Chapter 11. Oh, man. Chapter 11. I don't know to what, but I have the note here that Imogen Heap is growing on me and I like her. So apparently Imogen Heap is better. Imogen Heap throughout the entire book becomes kind of like a mentor, like big sister character to main character Chan, and I do like her. I think she is a good character. I like Imogen Heap. We didn't get much of her in the first book, so getting a lot of her right now is really good. She kind of replaced Shoe Friend. Like, Shoe Friend has been avoided most of the book so far. And Imogen Heap has been, like, kind of the mentor-y, like, you know, she's trying to help out Liam's sister and also help out main character Chan. She's very competent, and you know how I feel about competent characters, chat. Here rests Book Monty. She never scored. Well, I almost said something really bad. I almost said something really bad, but I didn't. I'm not gonna say it. Oh my god, I almost said something else. So... basically, no. So basically, chat. Here rests Book Monty. She never scored. Well, you know, sometimes the book reflects real life. Sometimes, you know. Anyway, some more of my barley tea. So main character Chan is like walking. She's like la da 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 da. She's walking, and she watches as a cadet is dragged away by military police. So she's just walking, and like watches this dude get dragged away by the military police, and she's like, "Oh, he might be being dragged off for like surprise interrogation, torture training." But then she's like, "Oh wait, no, he's like a cadet. Like, why is he being taken away?" And then she realized, like, oh no, he's legitimately being taken away. And so she, like, asks someone who's, like, watching what's like, why is he being taken away? And the guy, like, the person she asks is like, oh yeah, he was asking about, like, he was asking for, like, books and information about this thing that totally didn't happen. He claims his parents died in this, like, border thing, but it totally didn't happen, so he was asking about books about things, and they totally don't exist, and now he's being arrested and taken away for book crimes. There is no war in Ba Sing Se! So main character Chan is like, shit, I need to be careful about what books I take out, because if they're looking at people taking out books, they might think I'm up to no good. And as she's ruminating on this, and in my notes it says it, Varish approaches. Varish comes around the corner, and he's got two little cronies with him, because of course he does. I'm gonna get very villainous with him. And he's like, oh, hello. Hello, main character Chan. Pleasant seeing you in the hallways. Did you notice that cadet being dragged away? He claimed that there were strange attacks on the border, but you and I both know there's no such thing as such strange things, yes? The main character Chan's like, you're full of shit, Varish. And he's like, where is your featherwing, main character Chan? I do so wish I could see them. And main character Chan's like, suck a fart out of my ass, Varish. And he's like, we shall meet again, main character Chan. I can't wait for torture training. I mean, interrogation training, yes. And then he, like, offs away. Anyway, she fucks off, and she hangs out with Imogen, and, it is revealed, chat, you ready for this fucking twist? Like, you know, main character Chan is talking, I think she's talking to Bodok or whatever, Bardic? What the fuck is his name? I don't know, Bodok. I'm gonna call him Bodok. She meets up with Bodok, and, she learns, like, they're talking about, like, oh shit, like, we got Varish here, we got all these people, like, people are getting dragged away for book crimes. This shit's bad, man. The fact that nobody knows is really bad. And Bodok is like, yeah. And she's like, and me and Xanax are having a fight. And, like... and Bodok's like, it wouldn't be the first time he fought with a girlfriend. And main character Chan is like, what do you mean by that? And Bodok's like, I mean, shit, he maybe had a girlfriend before you. And main character Chan is like, what? That's right, chat. Xanax had another woman. He's a harlot. And that's where the chapter ends. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Next chapter. Next chapter, we jump ahead. I gotta allow Tonster to say slut in my chat. Very important to the experience. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Anyway. We now jump ahead in time. We keep hopping ahead in time. It's worth pointing out, Adarna is in her sacred teenager sleep now. So her other dragon is in sacred teenager sleep. And Terran and main character Chan are going to visit Xanax. And before she leaves, she's like packing all her shit. She's talking to Bodic. It's worth pointing out that, oh my god, I completely forgot this. Right, when Varish approaches, Varish also looks through all of main character Chan's bags and stuff, basically looking for anything that could incriminate her. And when he doesn't find anything, he pisses off. And then Bardic literally, slips up and tells her that, Xanax had a different man. So main character Chan gets on Terran, and they start to fly to the outpost where Xanax is posted. And immediately, the writing takes a nosedive. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for some bullshit? Are you ready? Are you ready for some stupid shit, chat? Oh my god, I had to read this with my own eyeballs. I had to read this with my eyeballs for you, chat. Oh my god. Alright, let's get into it. God, we're only 2 hours in and we're only at chapter fucking 12.
I love you.
Oh my god. Hi, Blackfoot Ferret. These are the tier 3 sub for 92 months. Thank you so much. Your sacrifice will be remembered. It better be. My neck got snapped. Remember me, chat. So, main character Chan flies and lands at the outposts. And she's like, where is Xanax? And they're like, oh, he's fighting in the pits. And she's like, what do you mean Xanax is fighting in the pits? It turns out Xanax is like a lieutenant or something. He's something. He's like a lieutenant. And if he loses his rank, it means that main character Chan can't visit him anymore. So he has to fight for his right to see main character Chan. So she goes and fights him shirtless and bare knuckle boxing in a fight pit. And a bunch of people are looking in and they're betting and they're cheering. Main character Chan walks up and leans. She just she leans over the railing and takes a look at what's going on. She's leaning over and she's watching, of course, Xanax is fighting a guy 2 times his size. Oh, he's so manly and hot fighting a giant dude. And, she's watching this, and there's a lady, to her left who recognizes her as Mira's sister. Because Mira is main character Chan's sister. The more they describe how this military works, the more I question how the writer came to this. That's a good, yeah. Wasn't there a whole thing last book that the army can't stop mated dragons from seeing each other? Why does the army of this book now suddenly can control the dragons? Yeah! That's a great question! Revan? An important plot point abandoned for the sake of making things seem a little bit more interesting? That's a bit of an interesting little observation there. I wonder if that's gonna happen again. Anyway, main character Kun is, what the fuck is happening right now? Excuse me. So, Xanax is fighting in the pit. He obviously wins because he's a badass hot boy. And main character Chan runs down and sees him. And everyone kind of leaves. I don't know what's happening. They leave. And main character Chan walks up and it devolves, chat. They start, it's instant, man. It's instant. they start, like, making out, and, like, main character Chan is like, I need to touch his body. I need to touch his body so bad. Like, she's like, feral, dude. She goes feral. But then she's like, has to remind herself that she's mad at him. And, like, even he's like, aren't you mad at me? And she's like, I'm mad at you, but we could still do it, right? And he's like, no, not until you say those 3 words. And they start making out. And there's, like, a part where, like, they're making out.
You.
Daniel Bowden, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 28 months. And this is just the first half. Yep. And this is when they're apart, too. There's a part in this where literally she describes them making out as, and I quote, chat.
Thank you.
Stop donating. I need to read this out. 100 bits for the series. I'm mad, but hot. But mad, but hot. That's like the whole chapter, man. So they're making out, and I am quoting this from the book. He sucks my tongue into his mouth. Jesus Christ, dude. This book is right. You made me read this. You made me read this with my eyeballs, chat. That's not how it works. I know! I know it's not how it works! But that's what they're doing! And oh my god, yeah, slurping up her tongue like spaghetti. Oh my god. So, they're making out, and then they oh my god, I hate it, because, like, they're talking about, like, some plot-relevant stuff about how she's upset that he lied to her, that her brother's alive, that all this shit is happening, and then he's like, oh, well, you're pissed at me, but when you're not, when we're finally, like, in a place where you understand, I can't wait to make it, so I can't wait to do things to you, and make it so I'm quoting this right now, and make it so every tree goes up in flames from lightning strikes. He said that! He said that! He said that in the book! That's their dirty talk. I'm gonna die. Get me out of this hell, man. Ah! Ah! Why? Ah! Ah! The most important part of this chapter is that Xanax reveals that the daggers are made of the same material that wards are made out of. So whatever is in the daggers is also in the wards. That little nugget of information, chat, was in the fucking pits of hell. I had to dig that nugget out. So you don't want Arkov to talk to you? Like, no. No. So that's that chapter. Alright. Oh god, this chapter. Okay. Is this? Hold on, I gotta look ahead here real fast. Okay. I just need a breath. I just need a moment here, please. So, we jump ahead again. Thank you for the water break. I appreciate it. I might not be as thirsty as main character Chan, but at least I can quench mine. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. Oh, my fucking sweater fell. Hold on. God damn it. So, one of the things about Varish, we're going back to Varish real quick, is that Varish wants to see main character Chan's other dragon. But main character Chan's other dragon is in sacred teenager sleep. Okay? This is something all dragons need to do, and it's like a sacred thing, right? So every time she goes to flight class, Adarna's not there, and Varish is like, your dragon has not appeared at flight class, and even though I've explicitly said that I want your dragon to be present there. And main character Chan, Riven pointed it out, main character Chan is like, you can't command dragons to do shit, dude. Like, you can ask that of me as much as you want, but you can't ask dragons to do that. Like, I can't make Adarna show up for training. Like, I wish I slept through puberty, too. But dragons in this universe sleep through puberty. The long teenager sleep is, like, multiple months. It's, like, a really long time. So, Varish is like, okay, well, you didn't... Is this when he does it? Is this when he does evil shit? I mean, he's doing evil shit the whole time. Yeah, no. Yeah, this is where it happens. So, Varish is like, alright, well, you're being a bitch to main character Chan. I'm gonna punish you. So he takes main character Chan up on top of a mountain and makes her shoot lightning over and over and over again, but not the way that Xanax intends, okay? Varish is like, you're gonna keep firing off lightning until I say you're done. And so she starts shooting lightning, and Varish and her magical power teacher is there. Yeah, I had to clarify. And she's like shooting lightning, and she gets to like 30, and he's like, more, keep going. And the like magic teacher's like, dude, she's gonna fucking die if you keep making her do this. And he's like, I said more! And so she keeps firing lightning until eventually Terran is pissed off, like her dragon is pissed off and grabs her and like takes her away from the punishment and then throws her in water because she's like burning up, basically. So it's like being forced to smoke the whole pack. Yeah, no, exactly. So he's, like, torturing her, basically. Making her use her powers over and over and over again to, like, basically almost kill her. He's cartoonishly evil. It's great. She gets dunked in the water, and then her friends pick her up, and they're, like, super concerned that Varish is being an asshole to her. She then learns from her book friend that the cadet who was dragged away for book crimes is dead now. He was killed. Apparently he was executed for being a traitor or something like that. He died under mysterious circumstances. Liam's sister still sucks at fighting, and she's still refusing help. Imogen and the main character Chan keep offering to try and help her, and she just keeps getting her ass beat. And they're getting really concerned because eventually Liam's sister is going to have to do her, you know, sanctioned combat battle for being a cadet. She's got to actually fight. And can't fight, dude. She sucks ass. Why can't she kill Varish? Because he's a major general. Like, he's like an actual, like, military man. She can't kill him. That would be treason. So, you know, she's walking around. Main character Chan is walking around. And then a group of 3 people throw a bag over her head. And it's filled with a powder. And she passes out. That ends chapter 13. I'm kind of glad I didn't do the whole book because... Oh my gosh.
Positions upgrade is upon us.
Faye Raven, thank you for rating party 1. Thank you so much. I'm glad I didn't do the full book because we got a lot to go through still, chat. How far? I'm not even in my Discord notes yet. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, so main character Chan gets kidnapped. And she wakes up in a forest. You think it's torture. It's not torture time, chat. It's an impromptu navigation exercise. So, main character Chan and all of 3rd Wing, which is her wing now. They're not in 4th Wing anymore. They're in 3rd Wing. 3rd Wing are kidnapped. And they are brought to a forest. And they're they meet... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm reading here. They meet with a group of infantry soldiers, a scribe, and a healer. Now, the healer, the scribe, and the infantry are all not... They don't go to dragon school, obviously. But they are meant to team up with these individuals. Now, we get introduced to a new MacGuffin. Are you ready for this? So all the dragon students immediately wake up and they immediately try and contact their dragons. But very quickly they can't. Turns out that Nevers has a concoction that if you ingest it, you can no longer access your dragons, like your mental lock with your dragons, or your powers. Which is ridiculous. So they basically are given 2 maps. And they're told, figure out where you need to go. By the way, there are wild dragons in this area that we've hired to hunt you down. So you better get a move on. Wouldn't that piss off the dragons? Yeah, it does, but what? I guess they're not gonna do anything about that? I don't know. It's convenient anti-dragon polycule potion. There you go. So, immediately the infantry and the dragon riders start fighting. That sounds like a plot device to get out of a corner they wrote themselves into. It definitely does, yeah, no. The dragons sound more and more like plot tools and not characters. Yep! That's how it felt in the first book as well. Ah, oh, man, the dragons were set up to be so fucking cool and they're so not. It's such a pain in the ass, man. Anyway. So, the infantry and the dragon riders start fighting. Shoefriend is trying to be a good leader. And, you know, they, you know, make their way trying to navigate. And as they're wandering around in the woods, who starts hunting them but Jack's previous dragon? Jack's dragon, who obviously is no longer has a rider, begins to hunt them in the woods. And everyone tries to, like, hide. And one of the infantrymen freaks out and runs. And immediately fucking dies, along with another person. Main character Chan manages to protect the healer. So there's a healer named... What's his name? Dira? It starts with a D. It seems like Dira or something. Healer dude. We're gonna call him healer dude. But main character Chan tackles healer dude to the ground and saves him. And healer dude is saved. But 2 infantrymen are killed by the dragon. And immediately, you know, they get away from the dragon, and Shoefriend is like, that's why we don't run. I told you guys like 6 or 7 times to not run, and you didn't listen. And main character Chan realizes that if they not spent so much time arguing with one another, and instead explaining to the infantry, like, how to navigate and deal with dragons, no one would have died. But they didn't do that. Instead, they just argued. The chapter ends, and the next chapter, they learn that they failed in their navigation mission. And all of the dragon riders are given the anti-MacGuffin potion to drink and drink an antidote, so that way they can connect with their dragons again. Terran's pissed because they were disconnected, and also he's pissed because this exercise happened at the exact same time they were supposed to go and visit Xanax. So their visitation for visiting Xanax and Sigil was interrupted by this exercise. So Terran is extra pissed. At this point, Shoefriend and main character Chan have a bit of a fight. So they fail in their navigation mission, and like Shoefriend walks up to main character Chan and is like, what's going on? Like, you've been so distant with us lately. Like, there's clearly something on your mind. Like, why aren't you talking to us? Like, normally, like, whenever you have a problem, we're your friends. You come and you speak to us. And main character Chan is like, I'm sorry, I just got other things I gotta deal with. And Shoe Friend is like, let us help you. But of course, main character Chan is like, main character Chan's like, I can't tell Shoe Friend about the fact that in a year, these mythological creatures are gonna be at our gates. I can't tell you about how Liam actually died. I can't tell you about how there's Rebel Castle. I can't tell you about how, like, people are trying to kill me because I know too much. Like, she's like, I can't tell anybody this. It's gotta be a secret. And I will give the book credit here. It's neat to see main character Chan in the same position as Xanax, right? Because main character Chan's pissed off that Xanax told a bunch of lies, but here's main character Chan also lying, right? She's now in his shoes. She's starting to understand why he had to do these things, right? So they have a bit of a fight, and then they go their separate ways. And it's very sad, because Shoe Friend is just a good friend, man. Shoe Friend is just trying to be a good friend. But main character Chan is like, doesn't know how to fucking handle it, man. So they fail their mission. Everyone's super bummed out because, you know, Third Wing has been hyper-performing in all things at Dragon School. Ain't so easy to lie when your friends can die. Yup. That ends chapter 15. I remember chapter 15 being very short. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much in chapter 16. Oh shit. Okay. Chapter 16. Here we go. Thank god I read half the book, man. This is already so long. We're already almost 2 hours in. No, we are 2 hours in. God damn. How are you doing, chat? You still with me? Okay. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. So, chapter 16. Main character Chan, time jumps a lot in this. I'm not going to say when time jumps. Main character Chan has been reading books trying to figure out how to fix the wards. And there's just no information on wards, how they're constructed, how they're maintained, how they're fixed, how anything. There's no information whatsoever. And so, main character Chan visits, you know, library friend, visits archive friend, sign language friend, who I love. And this is where she learns that the guy who is dragged away for book crimes, was looking up a battle report for an event that didn't happen. And he claimed that members of his family died in it. And library friend is scared because she's the one who noted down his request for that, you know, for that book, basically, or that information, basically. And immediately, main character Chan is like, oh shit. In the first book, in Fourth Wing, main character Chan requested the book about Venom. She wanted to see if they had a copy of the book about Venom. She had requested that book. And so immediately, main character Chan is like, library friend, did you write down that I was looking for this information? And library friend was like, no, I haven't been writing down what you've been requesting. And main character Chan is like, library friend, if you don't do that, like, you could get kicked out of being a scribe. And library friend is like, I know, but I feel like there's something's not right. Like, you've been asking for certain books, and I feel like there's something really wrong. And at this point, main character Chan and library friend are, like, talking treason. Like, library friend is like, main character Chan, is there something going on? And main character Chan is like, yes, but I can't talk to you about it. And you cannot mention it to anybody, because if you do, like, your life could be on the line. And book friend is like, you need to tell me exactly what it is you're looking for. And main character Chan is like, I am looking for any information you might have on the wards. Like, she's being very specific now about the information she wants. She's like, I need you to find whatever you can for me on this. And librarian friend is like, You got it. Ride or die librarian friend, dude. Because, like, she even asked, she's like, is this why Liam died? Is what you're asking about has to do with how Liam died? And she's like, yes. And library friend's like, I'm in. Listen, what's a little bit of treason between the homies, chat? Come on. What's a little bit of revolution between the girlies? I'm just saying. So, book friend is now going to get books on the wards. And main character Chan goes and goes to the mats where Liam's sister is fighting for her fucking life. Now, main character Chan, using the techniques that got her through her first year, she poisons Liam's sister's opponents. And the part that's messed up is that even though they're poisoned, Liam's sister still almost loses. And at this point, Imogen, Heap, and main character Chan are like, if she keeps this up, she's gonna die. She needs to get trained. So at this point, main character Chan is no more Mr. Nice main character. Main character Chan walks up to Liam's sister and is like, alright, listen, bitch. If you keep doing this, you're gonna die. I poisoned your opponent and you still almost lost. That's bad. And Liam's sister is like, I don't need your help. And, like, main character Chan grabs her by the face and is like, I have letters. And Liam's sister's like, what do you mean? And she's like, I have every single letter that Liam wrote to you in his first year. If you let Imogen train you, I will give you a letter every week. Alright? I will give you a letter every week, only if you train and you learn. And main character Chan is like, your brother told me to protect you because he protected me, and I am going to honor that. But you're being a real bitch right now. So if this is how we're gonna make it so you don't die, this is how we're gonna make it. Oh, man. What's happening? Oh god, my notes in the next sections are kind of bad. That ends that chapter, by the way. Well, actually, it ends when Varys shows up, because Varys is back on the scene. Oh, man. Varys shows up. He's creepy. Chapter 17, my first note is, this book is gracefully less horny and more serious totalitarian government so far. Yippee. Oh my god. Oh, right. Okay. So, Varys shows up. I can't remember. I didn't note down why he was there. I'm just gonna ignore that. I think he was there just to be menacing, which is probably what he was like, ooh, main character Chad. Ooh, I know. Where's your dragon? Ooh. He's being a little antagonistic, a little bitch. So, they go back to class. Chapter 17, they go back to class. They walk into, like, you know, war class. Like, war, where they kind of, like, they go to, like, a war table and they learn about, like, what's happening on the borders and stuff. They basically look at, like, actual military reports. And so, you know, they're getting ready for class, and then everyone enters, and main character Chan is, like, thinking about Xanax, because fucking of course she is. And she's thinking about Xanax, and then, you know, Imogen enters, and Shu best friend enters, and Riddick, and Sawyer, and I'm dead still, god damn it. And they're like, main character Chan, you and Xanax haven't been together a whole lot, obviously, because he's, like, on the front lines, like, are you guys good? And, like, main character Chan is like, we're having issues right now. And they're like, oh, issues? Like, what's going on? And she's like, he lied to me. And they're like, about what? And she's like, I can't say anything. I'm upset that he's not giving me the full truth. And at this point, because this is a plot that's, like, all the way through the book at this point. The fact that main character Chan is like, I'm mad that he's not telling me everything. Which is kind of an unreasonable ask. Obviously, you should be honest with your partners, but you can't You can't give a person you're dating or even with everything at once. At all times, right? You gotta build up trust. Like, that's not a bad thing. Like, you know, it's kind of like in a video game. You gotta unlock the friendship levels before you learn everything, right? You can't force people to be vulnerable. And Amogen, the goat, in my notes, lays the smackdown and basically tells main character Chan, stop demanding all the truths. There's too much. You're asking for too much. Like, every person you meet, you can't expect complete transparency from them. Not everyone is a devious schemer. It's more just like, there's a lot of things in their life which that they just maybe just don't want to talk about. You know? Also, the situation is the time why you shouldn't know everything. Yeah, you were in the most, like, you should not know shit situation ever, main character Chan. Oh my gosh. I had to gently break him a car with all the deep shell lore gently. Yeah. Yeah, they'll tell you all that shit when they're ready, exactly. And so Amogen, like, lays into her, and I love her for it. It's some queen shit. Amogen's like, stop asking for all this. You're asking too much, you weirdly selfish bitch. And so they all sit down, and basically at, you know, war school, they learn that, the border cities... Oh, no. Someone walks in with it. I think Shoe Friend walks in. Shoe Friend walks in with a notice that says that her family sent her from the borders of Nevers that basically says, don't notice to all of those at the borders. Do not let anyone in your house who you do not know in. Which is basically code for don't let refugees into your home from outside the wards. Because now the Venom are doing so much damage that people are fleeing and they're trying to get into Nevers as refugees. And Nevers is like, fuck them. Fuck them. And so the teacher confiscates that notice and is just like, we have this notice because, you know, Griffin Riders are gonna try and then, like, our enemies are gonna try and infiltrate Nevers and claim all these crazy things, and we don't want them doing that because they're our enemies, right? And everyone's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then the main character Chan is like, I know too much. That ends that chapter. Okay. Here we go. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Chapter 19, baby. Xanax shows up to visit. It's his first visit in a while. Xanax shows up to the school, and basically he makes a shield. Main character Chan's room has a warding shield on it. Again, magic is no longer explained, but Xanax has created a safety bubble in her bedroom, which means only him and Xanax, only Xanax and main character Chan can go into her room, basically. It prevents anyone else from going into their room, magically. So Xanax shows up, and they're still angsty, and main character Chan is still upset, but she's less like, reveal all thy secrets, and more like, could you at least acknowledge the fact that you keeping these secrets from me hurt me? And, you know, they fight about it. Because Xanax is like, I couldn't tell you. You know, I wasn't trying to hurt you. And, like, main character Chan is like, yeah, but you still hurt me, though. And they fight. And, like, the entire time they're fighting, main character Chan is like, oh, he could throw me on the bed right now, and I just want to fucking die. They reiterate the fact that Nolan the healer man, the actual, like, doctor on scene, has been completely worn out. and he might be being used for interrogations and torture. And yeah, and main character Chan and Xanax have a big old fight about secrets and about being honest with each other and all that fun jazz. Don't you love this book about dragon riders and war, chat? To be fair, the book has mostly been about totalitarian, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. I will give it that. It has been mostly that. But man, when Xanax is around, is it not about that anymore? Yeah, Xanax is hot. Reminder, Xanax is hot. If you've forgotten, chat, Xanax is sexy and hot. So don't forget that, okay? It's important. It'll be on the test. So that chapter ends. I can tell I didn't like that chapter by my notes, because my notes are like, Xanax is back. Need to see the damage of the first book keeping them physically apart. Drama. Nolan the healer man is worn out. He might be being used for interrogations and torture. They fightin'. That's my notes on that chapter, chat. Oh, man. The next chapter, though, makes up for it. 18 is a wet fart in a bag. Chapter 19, though, is amazing. Again, we jump around a lot. Like, we jump around. We went from classroom, and now Xanax is back, and it's like a week later, and now we're on the field. That we jump around a lot, chat. If this seems weird and all over the place, that's because it is. So, you know, main character Chan is basically learning how to dismount her dragon. How big are these chapters? They're anywhere from 5 to 10 pages, depending. I'm really summarizing this shit, chat. I'm really summarizing it. So, main character Chan is going to do more flight practice with Terran, right? This is, by the way, the first time we've seen fucking dragon training at all in the book. There hasn't, besides the navigation wasn't even dragon trading. That chapter 19 is when they actually have, like, we're gonna go train on our dragons. Crazy, dude. So, main character Chan, you know, goes to Terran, and with her friends, they're all going to get on their dragons to go do a bunch of training exercises, a bunch of maneuver practices. And so, main character Chan is getting ready to get on Terran and go for a flight, but who arrives? But Varish. Varish walks up and is like, well, main character Chan. I see that you don't have your feather tail with you today. That's certainly unfortunate. I'm afraid that I will have to punish you for this, as I've told you many times I want your dragon present, both your dragons present for, you know, aerial training. And Terran is like, remind this human that he does not get to order around dragons. Because still, Adarna is in her sacred teenager sleep. And so Terran is like, tell this fucking asshole that he can't order around dragons. Just give him a reminder. I think he needs a reminder. And so main character Chan is like, yo, Varish, major asshole. Adarna, I can't call Adarna. She's doing some sacred dragon stuff, you dickhead. Like, she's not coming. And Varish is like, well, then I will have to punish you. And Terran immediately, the dragon is like growling. And he's like, no, you're not. And, oh my god, I love it. And, you know, main character Chan is like, no, you don't get to order a dragon around. Like, this is done. You're not punishing me because you can't order dragons around, you stupid dickhead. And he's like, well, I can't order dragons around, but I can order you around. So you're gonna go get punished right now. Then Terran, the absolute mad lad dragon, the reason I'm reading this goddamn book, grabs the neck of Varish's dragon and says to main character Chan, tell him that he can't be a major general anymore if his dragon's dead, and I will kill his fucking dragon right now. And so, like, Terran is like pinning his dragon to the ground, ready to kill him. And like, she says, like, you can't command him, like, he's gonna kill your dragon. And Varish is like, oh fuck, oh shit. And he's like, I won't order you. I won't order you anymore. It's fine. It's fine. And then Terran's like, tell him to get on his knees. And, you know, main character chat says, Terran says to get on your knees. And Varish gets on his knees. And Terran is like, tell him to beg for forgiveness. And she's like, Terran, this might be too much. And he's like, no. Tell him to beg for forgiveness. And he gets on his knees, and she's like, he wants you to beg for forgiveness. And Varish is like, I beg your forgiveness. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. And then at that point, Terran releases the neck of his dragon. And he scuttles away like a little villain. He's like, I'll get you, Dodger. And, like, kind of scuttles off, basically. And Terran's like, if he ever tries to make Adarna show up, call me. I'm gonna kill him. Like, Terran is like, I will kill either of them at this point. Fuck these guys. And main character Chan is like, you know what? Having a giant badass dragon is pretty cool. This military is so crazy. Yeah, right? Thus ends my Google Notes, and now I have to hop over to my... I have to hop over to my Discord notes, so give me 2 seconds here, chat. I gotta find my Discord notes real fast. Alright. Okay. Oh god, we're hot. It's so hard to place where the chapters are. Okay. Chapter doesn't end, actually. So, you know, Varish scuttles off like the little villain he is, and Shoefriend walks up and is like, what is this guy's deal with you? Like, why are there so many people who are, like, bothering you this year? And main character Chan is like, I can't talk about it. And Shoefriend is like, this has something to do with Liam, doesn't it? And main character Chan is like, you don't talk about Liam. You weren't there. And Shoefriend is like, I wasn't there. But I loved him. And it's the reveal, chat. Shoefriend had feelings for Liam. Me too, queen. Me too. So, main character Chan and Shoefriend have a big fight where main character Chan is like, you weren't there, you didn't see what went down, you can't tell me to talk about this, you weren't there. And Shoefriend is like, I know, but we all love Liam, and I really loved him. And you keep pushing us away like this. And I don't know why you're doing this to us, why we deserve this. And it's this drama, chat. There's drama! God damn it, man, there's drama. And that's where the chapter ends. And then we jump into the next chapter. How many chapters do we have left? Okay, oh god, there's so fucking many. Wait, where is... Hold on. Where does it end here? Oh my god, there's so many, chat. Oh my god, there's so many, chat. Alright. Okay. Now we're into the Discord notes. This is when I was reading in bed, basically, chat. Damn, Liam is a better lover than Xanax. Liam is a character, is a person. I mean, to be fair, Xanax has his own deal. He's like the son of a revolutionary who died. But, like, Liam had hobbies. Besides revolution, you know? Also, worth pointing out at this point, Eric, my favorite character, is doing great at Dragon School. He's kicking ass, dude. He's kicking ass and taking names, man. Alright. Hold on, I'm gonna check. I have some Discord messages. Oh, they're all from Legendary Frog. Oh, hell yeah. He's playing Starfinder, and he's having a blast. Back to my notes. Back to a significantly less fun thing. I'm just joking. Chad, I hope you're having fun. this has been painful, but at least I can share my pain with you in real time. It's fun. Alright. Okay, oh my god, this chapter. Okay, so... Oh my god. Okay. I don't... This is never explained. Main character Chan, we hop ahead. We hop ahead again, because time just keeps skipping and jumping. This book is a frolic instead of a walk, man. So main character Chan flies... She flies to meet with Xanax at the outpost. She lands, gets off her dragon, and as she walks across the deck to go in, Xanax is there, and in her mind goes, "Kiss me right now." And, like, she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Kiss me right now, something's going down." And so main character Chan immediately goes in, and they just start making out. Like, they're making out, like, they're sucking tongues into each other, like they're doing the whole kit and caboodle, right? Like, they start making out hardcore in front of a bunch of people, and she realizes that she's making out in front of her sister, because guess what? Main character Chan's sister is at the outpost with Xanax now. Xanax and main character Chan have a hot makeout session in front of main character Chan's sister. Oopsie. It's my notes. So they're making out, and sister is like, "Well, you two are definitely a couple." And main character Chan has a revelation about her sister. She's like, wait a second, Mira's, like, special dragon superpower is that she can make, like, a little, like, she can expand a ward. Like, she's tied to the wards. Like, maybe she knows something about the wards. Is this where... Hold on, I gotta check something here real fast. Sorry, I gotta check something here real fast. Okay. I think this is where it happens. I'm gonna say this is where it happens because it makes more sense. So, main character Chan and her sister hang out. And they're, like, throwing daggers and training, and, like, Mira and her sister are hanging out for a little while, because Xanax is busy, I guess. And main character Chan, like, asks her sister about, like, her powers, and, like, how if she knows how the wards work, and her sister's like, why are you asking about this? This is a strange thing to ask me. And they're, like, throwing daggers and stuff, and, like, you know, and main character Chan is really trying not to give away the game, because she doesn't want her sister to get dragged away for, you know, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. That was a good rhyme, I just realized. And so she's just like, she basically, like, main character Chan and her are, like, throwing darts, and she's like, what if, like, it was, like, these? Like, what if it was Venom and Wyverns that was doing it? Just to see if her sister might know what's going on. And her sister was like, what are you talking about? Like, you gotta stop reading Dad's books. Like, it's all, like, you're in Wonderland. You don't know what's going on. And immediately main character Chan is like, right, and, like, drops it, you know, because she's basically, like, see, like, does my sister know what's going on? And when she gets that, she's like, no, she doesn't know what's going on. Unfortunately, she finds no answers there with her sister, nor does she find any connection with her in regards to the actual threat that is threatening the world. So, main character Chan meets up with Xanax, and I have in my notes, so apparently this was the case, there is a nice cuddling scene between main character Chan and Xanax. They don't do the hanky-panky spanky. I don't even think they make out. I think they just, like, hold each other. Like, I think they spoon, which I think is quite nice. I think that would be nice. Right? Chat? Right? Chat? Yeah, I think spooning's cute. I think spooning's a lovely time. You're, like, close to somebody, you can talk to each other, it's nice. Platonic close sleeping is nice. It doesn't have to be platonic, it can be romantical. Romantical close sleeping without, you know, smecks is fine. But, you know. I don't know, it feels more gentle and beautiful in a way. But yeah, they have like this really tender moment where they're actually like, I actually like the romance. I'm like, oh, they're like cuddling and talking about, you know, their feelings a little bit. And they're on the kind of on the mend about like their relationship a little bit. And like, you know, because like, again, Imogen Hep told main character Chan like, hey, stop asking for everything, you selfish little bitch. And, you know, so they don't go full, like, we're gonna do the hanky-panky spanky, but there's a nice little bonding scene, which I must have liked because I left a note saying I liked it. However, they talk about, like, the weapons, right? Like, they talk about, like, you know, how Xanax still has to smuggle out these weapons to the Griffin, you know, the Griffin riders. And main character Chan is like, you know, I know you don't want to tell me all the truth, but could you tell me what the, like, what this alloy is made out of? And Xanax reveals that a component of the alloy, not only in the daggers, but in the wards, is dragon shells. Like, dragon egg shells are a component to it. So that's a bit of a revelation amongst the romance, is that the daggers and the wards are made with dragon shells. It's a component to them. So, you know, there you go. All right. Oh boy, here we go. Oh. This is a big chapter. I can already tell by all the notes. After the eggs have hatched, I don't know. I'm assuming after they've hatched, but they didn't specify, so I'm just gonna assume. Alright, so we cut again, we jump. The amount of times we jump, again, chat, every chapter we jump ahead by, like, it's never like, and then tomorrow we did, it's like, no, a month later we're here. So, time passes, you don't know how much time has passed, but time passes, and main character Chan is back at school. And she's back in her flight lessons. Varish isn't bothering her, isn't haranguing her anymore. But every time she, like, comes and goes, Varys is constantly... Varys is being TSA, basically. Like, evil, conniving TSA. So, she comes back, and she's doing flight training, and main character Chan, can't seem to do, like, rolling dismounts. Like, she can't seem to dismount off of, like, Terran, just jumping off of him. She doesn't have the bone structure for it. And so she, like, sprains her arm, I think. Like, she damages her arm. And, unfortunately, it seems as though Dick Dad has been hiring more assassins. Because, if you remember at the beginning of the book, Glasses Twink Boy, whose name was Mason, Glasses Twink Boy, one of the rebel cadets, was also assassinated. He's dead now, too. Which means that leaves, Iya, main character Chan, Bodic, and Imogen. And there's been other attempts from assassins on their lives. So, childhood best friend Kun's Dick Dad has been trying very hard to kill all of them. Because he knows that they know. He knows that they know and he needs them dead. So, unfortunately, Twink Boy Mason is dead. He has died. In my notes, I say, rest in pepperoni, Twink Boy Mason. So, there you go. Apparently, God, this chapter, so much happens in this chapter. Chat, this is like, just stick with me, okay? So, as they're, like, they go to school, right? They go to class, and they have a substitute teacher. And the substitute teacher is this lady, whose name I forget, but I'm going to call her substitute teacher. So, substitute teacher is always at class, but she's like an assistant. But the main teacher is gone, because there was an incident at the border. And so, substitute teacher is in charge of the class. And they start talking about Nevers, like the country of Nevers. And she asks them questions about Nevers, and they answer them. And a lot of these questions are about, like, what makes Nevers so efficient? Like, what makes them so, like, what they are? And it's basically revealed from the students answering that Nevers is a weird homogenized nation. They absorb other nations into it, and then immediately kill their languages and kill their oral histories and stories. And all the histories and stories that they have to be converted into books that are maintained at the archives, which is the scribes' purposes. It's totalitarian takeover, cultural cleansing stuff. Yep, like the US. Uh-huh. Yippee. So that's what they learn at school, is that any nation that was homogenized into Nevers had their history destroyed and their languages removed. So there's a buttload of dead languages, basically. Main character Chan can read a lot of them because she wanted to be a scribe, and that's a necessary part of being a scribe, is you have to, like, basically learn a bunch of dead languages and then translate things into the common Novarian tongue. So, yay! After that fun class, they go to the mats. Now, it might not seem like it, but main character Chan still has to fight in hand-to-hand combat. She still has to do hand-to-hand combat training. It's just kind of glanced over because of all the other shit that's going on. There's a lot of that, chat. It's a lot of, like, all of the stuff from the first book, like all the fighting and all the trials. Those are happening in the background while all this other shit is happening. That's how this book is written, chat. So you have to forgive me if it seems like I'm forgetting shit, or I sound like I'm like forgetting things. It's because the book is forgetting them too. Like, I cannot express how difficult it is to recount this because it jumps so often. It's focused on one thing while something else is happening in the background. Anyway, so main character Chan is fighting on the mats, and who walks into the scene but childhood best friend Kun. Childhood best friend Kun enters onto the scene, and at this point, he is fed up. He is fed up. He's like, everyone's being a dickhead to me, and, like, you won't even talk to me. Like, what the fuck did I do? Like, what the fuck did I do? And main character Chan can't tell him why. She can't be like, you're the reason that Liam is dead. You're the reason that we got attacked by Venom. She can't say any of that shit. And she's like, I don't want to have to do anything with you. And so, childhood best friend Kun scoffs and leaves. And then immediately goes into the close combat instructor requests that he fights main character Chan. Uh-oh, the plot thickens. If he touches her, he will see everything. So not only now does main character Chan have to beat him in hand-to-hand combat because he's forcing her to do it, dickhead, if he even touches her once, he could see all of this shit, basically, and know that she knows. So, they start fighting. Oh my god. They start fighting. And, like, they're fighting. She's trying to no-hit this shit. And they start fighting. It's really tense. It's like some rival Sasuke versus Naruto shit. They're fighting it out, and eventually it reaches a point where, like, they're pinned. Like, they're both locked. Not touching, but they're both locked in combat. And, you know, she's like, you read my mind. And he's like, I did. And she's like, and you told your father. And he's like, what did you expect me to do? And she's like, because of you, Liam is dead. And main character, childhood best friend Kun is like, I don't know what's wrong with you. Why are you siding with these rebels? Like, they're evil and awful. Why are you even with Xanax after what your mother did to him? And main character Chan is like, what do you mean? What did my mother do to him? And childhood best friend Kun is like, he's the one who gave him all his scars. That was your mom. And main character Chan is like, you're lying. And he's like, I'm not. Your mom was the one who did that. Not the king, it was your mom. And they're fighting, and she beats him. And childhood best friend Kun is like, I'm out of here. And, like, the instructor's like, you didn't finish your battle. And he's like, I'm out of here. And he, like, storms off all pissed. At this point, Shufren walks up on main character Chan after the fight, and she's like, what was that? What is going on with you two? And main character Chan is like, I can't talk about it. But then, Shu best friend, who is the GOAT, is like, she starts to unravel shit. She's like, okay, you've been really hostile with childhood best friend Kun. You've been really distant with us. People have been trying to assassinate you and everyone else who went on that, like, war game mission. Something is happening. Him stealing your memory that night caused all this shit to happen. And now you're all being assassinated for it. And main character Chan says nothing because, yeah, Sherlock Holmes, Jetwave. Yeah, Shufriend is Sherlock Holmesing this shit. And Shufriend is really smart. Shufriend is, like, figuring this out and she's missing critical information. But, like, she's like, as much as you're trying to hide this, I know some shit's going down based off of all this evidence. And then they leave, and main character Chan is standing on the mats. And who walks up but my new favorite character? Eric Greycastle. Copyright. Eric Greycastle, the cadet, who's secretly the third son of the king, walks up next to main character Chan, is like, oh, so you know then. And main character Chan just looks at him. And Eric is like, yeah, I'm very aware of what's going on. The reason I came here is because I need a dragon. I love Eric, dude. I want to know his story, man. But, like, Eric's like, I snuck out of the castle because I want to come here so I can get a dragon. And main character Chan is like, why? And he's like, so my father can't touch me. So I am untouchable to my father. If I have a dragon, it's safety. And he's like, I can't say that we're in the same boat, but if you know what's happening, I know what's happening. And I'm here to get a dragon to stop it from happening. Eric is the GOAT, chat. I fucking love Eric. Eric is great. And that's where the chapter ends, too. It's revealed that Eric knows what's going on, and he is there to get a dragon to stop his father and to stop this threat. Love Eric, dude. Love Eric. Oh my god. He's great. I like Eric. He's good. He's on a mission. So his name is spelt weird. It's like his name, I'll spell it in chat. It's like this. A-A-R-I-C. Eric. Eric Greycastle. That's him. So he's on a mission, chat. He's on a mission to stop the Venom threat and to just fuck his father. Which I love it, dude. Love that, man. Okay. That spelling feels so wrong. I think it's cool. It's like Aaron, you know? Aaron. Oh my goodness. Alright. We're gonna go into the next chapter. But I would like to take a break here. I'm out of a drink. And I want to just quickly grab something to just snack on real fast, okay? We're at 3 hours. This might be a 6-hour beast, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. This might be a 6-hour beast, and I'm so sorry. This is only half the book, by the way. This is half of the book, chat. Like, there's so much that we haven't even gotten to yet. I thank you for joining me for this, chat. I'm so excited for you. Chat, the reason I'm also stopping here because it's about to get fucking wild. Alright? It's about to get crazy. So, be ready for that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink. And I will get us ready to go. Do I want tea or do I want to get something else?
Hey, Torton, hello.
Alright, I'll be right back. Chat, I remembered. I have a Happy Planet. I have Happy Planet Extreme C. I also have Creamsicle Twizzlers, which are alright. Okay, chat, I need to ask, while we have this break, who's your favorite character so far? Liam has to be exempt. Liam feels like the obvious answer, so I'm gonna say, who's your favorite character outside of Liam? Because it's too easy just to pick Liam, because Liam is just objectively the best. We got Tara, we got Shoe Best Friend. A lot of love for the dragon. I mean, that makes sense. I love Varys too. He's such a hammy villain. I love him for it. You, because you knew to dip out early. I did not dip out on my own volition. My neck got snapped. By an unnamed assailant, literally. What an end for me. It's really funny because, like, I see people spelling Terran. It's T-A-I-R-N. Tyrion or whatever. I say Terran. Terran is a character from Prince Division, who ironically has a dragon girlfriend, so, I mean, None of this would have happened if you didn't die. You're so right. Fourth wing, if I lived, is, like, way shorter. Dude, if I was alive, I would have just fucked the Venom, and that would have just... Oh my god. It is... I can't say why, but it is very funny that my character in the book was so incredibly horny. Autobot is really on a warpath today, hey? Monty wrote better characters in romance than this than this guy. I think it's a lady. No joke. The Prince of Vision Terran is way better romance in this series. Your death was a catalyst to get the rest of the... No, my death was not a catalyst to get the rest of the story going. My death was a catalyst to make a subplot occur. Oh, yeah. There's gonna be a show, apparently, chat. Apparently, Amazon Prime is doing a Fourth Wing... Is it live? It's gotta be live action. It's gonna be a live action show. So... Yay! Listen, chat. There's a lot of cons. Like, the con part of this is huge, but the pros is great. The con is that it's Fourth Wing, but the pros is that I can see Liam. I can see my boy. Let's do a watch stream when it comes out. We should. Maybe. I don't have Amazon Prime, though. I learned my lesson with Game of Thrones, you know. I'm not gonna throne Amazon Prime. I will say this, though, chat. Often I don't really promote the throne unless there's something in there that I think is like, hey, we could do like a cool thing with this. I will say this, I did add some Amazon gift cards for books. Because I want to read all of One Piece. So if you want to, you know, get me an Amazon gift card. The Amazon gift cards on my throne are intended to buy books. Luckily, most of the Kindle versions are pretty cheap. But, again, I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just mentioning it if you're wondering why there's a bunch of Amazon cards on there. It's to purchase books. There are also Fourth Wing graphic novels as well. I don't know, I read One Piece up to the time skip. Yeah, I'm curious too, Nikki. I'm curious how graphic it's gonna get. I literally have a paperback copy of Horus Rising because of you, Monty. I don't regret this. How did you get that? That's like a $500 book. Jesus Christ. I must have Forest Fire. That's what Xanax says too, dude. I'm sorry, I'm eating these Twizzlers. Not in the US. I got it for like 11 bucks on Amazon. A physical copy? Jesus, it's like $500 in Canada. What did we do? What, we escaped the British and now they're punishing us by making their novels more expensive. Whatever. It's fine because those books are really thick. I mean, this is me like being a fox with grapes, but like those books are really thick, so I can't carry them in my purse. My Salamander Omnibus book barely fits in the Infinite Kitty drip jackets. There's one jacket I got from Infinite Kitty that literally the pocket is the perfect size to slot in my Salamander Omnibus book, and it like fits perfectly. It's really funny. If they ask, would you play a part in the live-action Fourth Wing? Yeah, make me, dude. I'll get my neck snapped. Dude, put me on as an extra. I'll do it. I would do it for the meme. Oh, hey, Tweets. We're taking a short break. I can't tell you where we are because it's a spoiler, but... I just got to the point where childhood best friend Kun and main character Chan fight on the mats, and then childhood best friend Kun reveals that main character Chan's mom did the scars on Xanax. Just how I designed it for you. I like that lore, Infinite Kitty, that you made the jacket. Which, by the way, I should probably think out some people sent me some throne gifts. I should probably give him a call. Sarah actually got me Candela Obscura from Critical Role, so I actually have that now. It's a slick book. It's real nice. I think we had... Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, I already called these ones out. Permission to post the doodle in my Discord? Yeah, send that to me actually as well. Can you send it? Can you resend it to me? They're making an animated Twilight series. I hope the baby is just as messed up. I learned recently that Shay has never seen the Twilight movies. I would love to, like, hate watch those with her. Oh my god, I just made a mess opening this bottle. Hold on, I'll be right back, chat. Give me 2 seconds, sorry. I grabbed myself some water. I was gonna drink my Happy Planet, but I think the orange juice will irritate my throat, so... Yeah, we can't have that, can we, chat? Hopefully Tweet sent me the image. There it is. Hold up, chat. Hold up. You ready to see this masterpiece? Hold up. There we go. This is me and Miss Tweetums. While we were reading this book. This is us. Put it like right here. Perfect. That's us, dude. That's us. Right there. It's so cute. Thank you, Miss Tweetums. Alright. Alright, good to get. I'm so glad you're here, Miss Tweetums. Now I feel like I have another fucking soldier in the trenches with me. Miss Tweetums read this book alongside of me. Hell, Miss Tweetums maybe done the book. I don't know. Alright. Alright. Where's my fucking notes? Twink Boy's dead. Alright, okay. So, are we all good to continue? Chat, shout out if you're good to continue. I read the first Twilight book and I was like, yep, this is a 6 or a 5 out of a 10. And then I read the second book and I was like, I don't want to read this anymore. This feels gross. Alright. So, Eric, the prince, knows what's going on and he is there to do something about it. And I respect myself, a go-getter, and a usurper. You know, I respect that. Again, we jump ahead. We every chapter we're jumping ahead. We jump ahead, and main character Chan this time is getting visited by Xanax. So Xanax shows up, and main character Chan asks to see where the daggers are being made. Because the daggers are being made at Dragon School. And that's where Xanax is kind of taking them. He's kind of stealing them from Dragon School and giving them to the Griffin Riders. So main character Chan requested to see where the forge is and what they're doing. So Xanax and main character Chan are talking, and they're making their way down, and yippee yahoo, Varish shows up again, I believe. And Varish is like, well, hello there, main character Chan, and oh, is that Xanax, the rebellious king's son I see? How interesting. I'm just here to let you know that main character Chan is needed in the torture chamber interrogation chamber for interrogation class. And Xanax is like, you can't take her. She's injured because her arm's still like messed up from doing her maneuver stuff. And Xanax like, you can't take her. You're not allowed to take them if they're already injured. And Varish is like, oh, I mean, we have to make an exception, you know? She's gotta go to interrogation class. And so main character Chan is like, don't worry, I'll be okay. And Xanax is like, you know, he's like, that's my girl. Ugh, I'm mad. I gotta fight for my woman, dude. And so he gets shooed away, and she gets taken away by Varish and his lackeys to go do some torture stuff. That's the chapter. So main character Chan is dragged off to interrogation. Wasn't interrogation class supposed to be random? Yeah, they weren't kidnapped for it, I guess. I think kidnapping wasn't part of it. I mean, she was kind of kidnapped. It was just, you know, like a gentle nudging kidnapped, you know? So she's dragged away to interrogation. And this is part of school, so Taryn can't come and interrupt what's going on, really. So they lead her into a room, and she's there with herself and with, with Sawyer. And, oh my god, I think I skipped over something here. Hold on. Ah, right. So you remember how I mentioned earlier that the, well, actually, no, that doesn't matter. Well, we'll talk about that when it becomes relevant. Anyway, so it's main character Chan. It is Shoe Friend. It is Sawyer, Riddick, who's basically Sokka, and...
Positions.
Oh my gosh.
Raid is upon us.
Hey, Devious Shadow Art. Thank you for the party of 4. Welcome to the Fourth Wing sequel book summary stream. Nightmare. So it's that grouping. It is main character Chan, Shoe Friend, Sawyer, Riddick. I think it's just the 4 of them. Hey, Fourth Wing. And hey, rate of 4. There you go. So Shoe Friend, Sawyer, Riddick get bolted to a rock. Oh, no, they don't get bolted to the rock yet. Sorry, I'm too excited for torture, chat. God damn, who am I, Varish? What's happening? So, they basically... Okay, let me explain torture practice real quick, okay? So, they're led into a room, and their teacher's there. Not Varish, their teacher. Their teacher's like, sup kids, welcome to torture class. And he's like, we're gonna give you these snacks. So he gives them biscuits, and he gives them orange juice. He's like, this is all you're gonna have to eat probably for the next 3 days. So he gives them that, and he's like, here's your water, and here's your biscuits. And he's like, this is gonna be a team building exercise. Chat, yippee, team building. Do you ever just get tortured with the homies? Do you ever have like a bro moment, which, you know, involves horrible bone-breaking torture? Do you and the girlies ever just, you know, wanna interrogate someone to confessions? I torture with the besties, god damn. So, they basically give them these biscuits and this apple juice, and they're like, okay, here's the deal. Each of you is going to get a piece of information from us. Our goal is we want to try and extract that information from you. If we are able to get that information from you, we will kill you. Additionally, each of you are going to come up with your own secret. Something that we don't know. And something that everyone else here doesn't know. You are going to share it amongst your group. And we're going to try and get that information.
Thank you.
As well. 100 bits from Faye Raven. Monty, it's called working retail / customer service / working in an Amazon facility. Oh, you are so right, though. Damn. So, they sit down and they start eating biscuits. And they start coming up with like, what shared secret they want to give. Now, as they're talking about this, they eat the biscuits, and then main character Chan goes to drink the apple juice and is like, stop, don't drink the apple juice. And everyone stops. And it turns out the apple juice is laced with the MacGuffin juice. So the dragon mental connection disconnection mental juice is in the apple juice. So main character Chan is like, don't drink the apple juice. And all of them are like, oh shit. They're bread biscuits. Bread biscuits, not cookies. And so they've eaten these biscuits, which immediately makes them really thirsty. And they're like, don't drink the apple juice. We just have to tough it out. Like, we'll be okay. Just tough it out. So they don't drink the apple juice. They pretend to drink it. They, like, dump it out in a plant, literally. And then they sit down and they come up with what their secrets are going to be. Now, earlier in the book, the teachers were called out to the borders. Because there was an issue at the borders. And main character Chan learns through Xanax that Navarre is now killing civilians at its borders, basically. They are killing anyone who are trying to find sanctuary in Navir to keep up the there is no war in Ba Sing Se. So they get in a circle before torture time, and everyone shares a secret. So, Sawyer was a repeat cadet. So Sawyer went to dragon school, and the first year he didn't get picked by a dragon. He survived everything, but a dragon didn't pick him. The second year he got a dragon. His confession is that he lied to his parents and his family, saying in the first year that he got a dragon. So he was lying to his parents, and that was his confession. Riddick confessed that he is terrified of snakes. And everyone's like, that's not a very good secret. He's like, I've been hiding that secret because I don't want people to start fucking with me with snakes. So that's Riddick's secret. Sokka, funny man, Riddick. By the way, Riddick is like the silly guy. He's like the jokester. He's me. Honestly, Riddick is me. I like Riddick a lot. And then, what's Shoe Friend? Oh, Shoe Friend reveals that in the first book, she snuck out of school to go visit her family, because she did that with main character Chan. Her and main character Chan snuck out, and they visited Mira and her family. Sorry, oh my god, my sinuses. These antibiotics, man. So, yeah. Shoe Friend confesses that she snuck out of school, and she went to go visit her family, which is super against the rules. Main character Chan confesses that she's in love with Xanax. Wow. What a fucking confession, guys. And everyone around her's like, dude, we know. Everyone knows. Like, we all know. You need to give us, like, an actual secret. And so main character Chan thinks about it, and she's like, I have a plethora to choose from. But she turns to her companions and goes, I know that Navarre is killing civilians at the border. And all of the other people are like, what? And she's like, yeah, I know that. So that's her secret. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things does belong. So that's her secret. So they all get pulled into the torture chamber. Shoe Friend, Sawyer, and Riddick are chained to a rock. Main character Chan gets strapped to a chair. 1 second, sorry. Readjusting my seat. So, she gets put in the chair. And then, it's our favorite villain. Whose name I just... Varish. Oh my god. Varish shows up with his 2 lackeys. One of the lackeys doesn't fucking matter. He's just whatever. But there's another lackey he has who's basically a lie detector. So one of his lackey, her special dragon power is that she knows if people are lying. So she's the lie detector, basically. So immediately, Varish goes over and just starts beating the shit out of main character Chan. And Taryn, because they're still connected, Taryn is like, I'm coming. And she's like, no, you can't. Don't stay here. I have to go through this. This is part of school. Don't, you know, I have to endure this. And so she's there and she just gets beaten to shit. And, you know, they start asking them, like, what's your secret? What are you doing? And they're, like, beating the crap out of them. And, like, punching them in the stomach. You know, school stuff. It's fun time at Dragon School. And so Varish is, like, slapping up main character Chan. And, like, breaking her fucking fingers. And then, like, they're beating the shit out of, like, her friends. And, like, you know, there's times and intervals in between. And they're all like, okay, we need to, like, be careful. They're gonna try and weaponize us against each other. So, like, stand strong, brothers! It's very, like, camaraderie. Like, they're like, we're in this together. None of us are gonna confess. We are ride or die. Also, if they somehow manage to escape, they get a special reward, apparently. They get, like, a badge that they get if they manage to escape interrogation. So... oh my god. So they're getting beaten up, they're getting smacked around, and eventually they reach kind of like a midway point, and they're taken out, and they're healed by Nolan, the healer man, who is overworked right now. And you see now why he's overworked. He is overworked and super tired, and he comes in and he heals all of them, and then they send them back to get, like, tortured again. And,
Thank you.
oh my gosh, 100 bits from Kai Chaos Tempest. Random fact from Monty, the person who made None Pizza Left Beef is a co-creator of Young Sheldon. Incredible stuff. Thank you. Back on topic, sorry. So... that was such a weird, like... okay, so they're getting horribly tortured. Hey, did you guys know the guy who made None Pizza Left Beef works on Young Sheldon? We're talking about torture right now, Kai Chaos. That's a bit of a tonal shift there, pal. Anyway, sorry. So they're getting horribly tortured, and then Varish is like, grr, main character Chan, you seem to be resistant to my torturing techniques, and I see you have your mental shields up, which for some reason matters when it comes to this, even though we're not in the weird mind polycule. I don't fucking know. And so they're like, he's like, you know what? I think I require a special assistant. And he leaves, like a little scuttlebug that he is, and he returns with childhood best friend Kun. And it is revealed that childhood best friend Kun has been getting trained by Varish to apply his powers to use for interrogation. Immediately, main character Chan is like, shit. And Taryn is like, shit. And everyone strapped to the rock is like, oh, okay. Oh, no, shit. Didn't a kid get murdered when he had mind control? He didn't have mind. He just could read people's minds. So the reason why childhood best friend Kun can, like, live is because he has to touch somebody to do it. He can't just, like, read people's minds, like, just all willy-nilly. He has to, like, physically touch the person. So, childhood best friend Kun shows up, and Varish is, like, go and, like, forcibly pull her mind. And childhood best friend Kun is, like, upset because, you know, as much as he's a dick, and as much as we hate him, you know, childhood best friend Kun is exactly that. He is main character's childhood best friend, and he's looking at his childhood friend strapped to a chair, beaten to a bloody pulp. And he also notices that she still has a sling on, and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Why was she pulled for interrogation? She's got an injury. Like, she had an injury coming in, because this matters, right? Even though she's, like, getting horribly beaten up. It's like, she had an injury coming into this. Like, the code of our, like, you know, of Dragon School is you can't pull a student into interrogation training unless they're fully, like, in their full faculties. And Varish is like, oh, you know, like, it's just, they're all gonna get injured anyway. Like, come on. And, you know, again, still at negative 99 points, but childhood best friend Kun is like, no, sir, I refuse. She shouldn't be in here, so I will refuse. And he leaves, and Varish, like, yells at him, like, you're not, how dare you turn your back on me, blah, 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 blah. I trained you for this, blah, 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 blah. So they get tortured some more. And then they get dragged into, they go to get healed by the healer man, right? So they go, this is great. I don't know why he does this. They go to see the healer man. The healer man is like, healing them. And Varish, like, walks in the room and is like, make sure they're healed so I can torture them more. And then he closes the door. And then Nolan kind of turns to the group he's, like, healing them. And he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. He's like, Nolan is like, this sucks. I hate this. And, you know, he's also like, Nolan's like, I've also got this other thing I'm working on right now. He's like, I gotta deal with fucking healing the average student. I have this secret thing I'm doing. And I have to heal the victims of this interrogation training. And Varish is an asshole. He keeps torturing too much. And so he unlocks the door and literally goes, just get fucking out of here. He, like, points at the door and tells them to leave. So they break out. You can't see me. I'm doing finger quotes. They break out of interrogation class. And they run through the halls, they take out some guards, and they find, this happens so fast, chat. It is so jarring and stupid and makes no fucking sense at all in the moment. Nolan just lets them go, they run through the halls, they find a magic door, no context at all. Yeah. Also, Nolan believes that Varish is gonna kill main character Chan. That is true. He's also tired. But he's worried, like, Nolan likes main character Chan a lot, because they're, like, there's history there. But, like, Nolan, yeah, he does believe that main character Chan is going to be killed, but he's also fucking tired. So, Nolan lets them go. They run through the hallways. I think they beat up some guards, and then they find a magic door. And they're like, oh no, a magic door. How would we possibly get out of this magic door? And then this is the most Deus Ex Machina thing ever in this book, so far at least. Main character Chan pulls out one of those, like, venom-killing daggers and sticks it into the door's, like, handle and twists it and opens it. And everyone's like, wow, main character Chan, your mom let you have a magic dagger? Like, that's the vibe that happens. And they all get spat out. like, in this area, and that's, yeah, and then the chapter just ends. Are you confused, chat? Congratulations, so was I. Like, what? It's like, it's the most like, yeah, we're getting tortured, and now we're not. And it's over now. My note for that part is, they passed interrogation event, yippee, they literally just walked out, question mark? Oh my god. Alright. So that's that part of the story done, I guess. Torture was boring, moving on. Oh my god. Alright. Oh god. Alright, follow the next chapter, though. So, you know, they get their badges for escaping torture. Heavy quotation marks. They get these patches for escaping torture, which is another, you know, funny little Boy Scout badge for the fucking third wing company of main character Chan and friends. They make their way out, and they go to class the next day. Now, okay, yeah, this is the thing. They go to class. They go to their, like, war class, and when they walk in, there's a bunch of propaganda. Well, not really propaganda, but there's a bunch of pamphlets on the desks. And they start reading them, and the pamphlets claim that the third largest city in, I think it's Perovish is the country, the neighboring country where the Griffin Riders are. The neighboring country, the third largest city, has fallen, including a commander of the Griffin Riders. It also states publicly that Narvesh? I forgot the fucking country's name. Uh-oh. It says that what the fuck is the country's name? How have I forgotten this? Oh my god. The Dragon Rider country. Navarre? Navarre. It's Navarre. Oh my god. It also claims that Navarre has been killing civilians. The students start reading these pamphlets and are like, oh my god. The third largest city of our enemy has fallen. One of the commanders of the Griffin Riders is dead. And civilians are being murdered at the Navarre borders? And at this point, obviously, main character Chan and Third Wing already know because main character Chan confessed it. But they look at the pamphlets and they realize that these pamphlets were made at the Dragon School. Meaning that there is someone else at Dragon School outside of main character Chan and friends who is revealing this information. So there's another person, and it's not Eric, because Eric walks in and is just as getting that information as well. So it's not Eric, it's not main character Chan, it's not any of the rebels, because even main character Chan turns to Imogen and is like, did we do this? And Imogen's like, no, we did not. So there's another person now who's aware of the bullshit. So that's the situation. I just hear a noise outside. I'm just gonna check my cats real quick. Are we okay? Oh, yeah, we're fine. What's that? Goblin's, like, planted in front of the heater. She's so comfy right now. Alright. I'm back, sorry. So, there's propaganda. The teacher walks in and immediately is like, it's propaganda. Don't pay that any mind. That's the enemy's words. And he, like, twists the propaganda to be like, you know, like, oh no, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. And he, like, does it with, like, psychological shit. And, like, main character Chan is like, this guy's full of fucking shit. And, like, some people believe him. And he, like, collects all the pamphlets and he's like, I'll get rid of this garbage, it's fine. And he's like, anyway, let's focus on class, which, by the way, We have a wonderful announcement to make. Chat, are you ready for this shit? Chat, I need you to strap the fuck in right now, please. I need you to strap the fuck in. Please. When I got to this part of the book, I was so excited for you, chat. I was so excited for you, chat. The teacher goes, students, I have some fantastic news for you. Due to the efforts of Nolan the healer, despite almost being crushed by a mountain, I would like to welcome back to the classroom. You know him. You love him. Jack Bauer. Jack Bauer is back! No body, no kill! I told you, chat! When we read the first book, I told you! No body, no kill! No body, no kill! And he's back! Jack Bauer, our murder-focused boy, hath returned! So Jack is back. Jack is back! And immediately main character Chan is like, shit! If I didn't have a billion other things for me to worry about, now I gotta worry about the guy who in my first year of Dragon School but kept trying to kill me for being too weak. And everyone's like, oh shit, what if he tries to get revenge because you almost killed him? Like, everyone's like, shit, what if he's gonna try and get revenge and almost kill you? So Jack is back. They didn't bring him back to life. He was on, like, life support. Excuse me, oh my god. Oh my god. So, Jack is back. And he, like, walks into the room. And, like, walks up. And he, like, looks at main character Chan. And just kind of looks at her. And gives her a nod. And, like, walks away. And in my mind, nothing in the chapter supports this, but I have this in my note. Are we entering the Jack redemption arc? Are we entering the Jack redemption arc? Is that what's gonna happen? Enemies to lovers? We're gonna see. Anyway. So Jack, like, gives a nod of respect towards main character Chan and sits down. And they, like, start up class. And the teacher is like, you know, ignore the propaganda. Jack is back. Oh, by the way, the outpost where Xanax is posted got attacked. And immediately, like, main character Chan, like, shoots up in her chair. And the teacher goes, oh, I mean, only a couple Dragon Riders got seriously injured. And immediately she touches in with Terran, and Terran is like, we need to go. And she goes to leave class, and the teacher's like, hey, main character Chan, you can't leave class. I haven't given you permission to leave. And she goes anyway. She runs and she goes, because Xanax could be on death's door, basically. So she leaves class and she's running to Terran. And then fucking Varys shows up and Varys is like, oh, main character Chan, are you leaving class without permission? Or no, I don't think he's there. I can't remember. But, like, basically it's like, if she leaves, Varys has permission to punish her now. Like, it's not that he's trying to call Adarna, it's that, like, she can actually get punished. But she's like, I gotta go. She's like, I gotta go make sure Xanax isn't, like, hurt. And it's like, she gets on her dragon, and she's flying, and the entire time her heart's pounding because she loves him so much, and oh my god. And she can't reach out to him. Like, they're too far away, she can't reach out to him, and it's like, oh! So she's flying all dramatic, and that's where the chapter, you know, that chapter ends. And so she arrives at the outpost. You know, Taryn goes to go find Sigale. And she runs in, ready to see Xanax on his deathbed. And she runs into a room. Xanax is fighting with Muscle Friend. He's literally sword fighting with Muscle Friend. Able-bodied and fine. So that was worth it. Xanax is literally fighting with Muscle Friend and is totally fine. Oh god, here we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just saw the rest of my notes and I remembered what part we're at now. Okay. So, she shows up and she's like, what's going on? Why aren't you hurt? And he's like, what are you talking? He's like, yeah, we got attacked at the border and I got hurt, but like, you know, I'm fine now. And she's like, she's so like, you know, back of hand pressed to forehead, leaning back, like, I thought you died. I realize how much I need you. I realize that I hate this distance between us. And then Muscle Friend just kind of exits stage left, which Garrick is real for that, I will not lie. Like, he starts leaving stage left, just like, I'm out, bye. And again, this is where things get confusing, so just stay with me, please, okay? So he was fighting with Muscle Friend, right? Main character Chan enters the scene. They have this big conversation. And I don't know where they are. Not in, like, the relationship. I mean, physically, where are they? Because maybe I missed something. I don't know. I'm stupid. Xanax walks over and turns on a shower. Or a spout. And they start... Well, the environment's not the only thing that's getting wet. That's all I'm gonna say. Things... I'm gonna read my notes real fast. They get wet, but not in a sexy way. They, like, turn on a water spout and get wet for some reason, even though they're fully clothed. I am very confused. So they turned on, like, a spout? I don't know what they turned on. And it starts, I don't, forget the fact that they want to have sex, but, like, it's just like, where are they? What's happening? So, you know, she's like, I thought you died, I thought you were injured, and then he reveals, because, of course, she starts taking off his shirt, because they're in a shower, and the shower is not the only thing getting turned on. It's like, she realized that, yeah, he got pretty badly wounded, but he's like, hey, dipshit, we got healed. Like, hello? Like, hello? And it's just like, he got wounded, he got healed, and immediately decided to fight with Muscle Friend. Because that's the formula for success. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I remember this now. It's coming back to me like visions from an angry god. So, they're in the shower, fully clothed. Fucking, you're gonna ruin your... Whatever, fine, whatever. So, they're in the shower, they're all wet, and their clothes are wet, and, like, they're, you know, they're getting it on, you know, sucking tongues into each other's mouths, just like, and, like, they're going at it, and, like, Xanax is like, you gotta say those 3 fucking words. And I don't even know what the 3 words are, because at this point, chat, I was like, just get through it. They talk about anything plot relative. Anything plot relative. And I was like skimming. I'm like, please. And like, God, the slide whistle helps. Well, here, I don't want to say what they do in the shower, but they literally do like, that's what they do. You know what? let me just read my notes. I think my notes will encapsulate this chapter quite well. Here are my notes. You ready? It's getting horny again. It's wet in more ways than one. Please just be hungry, tired, depressed, or dead. All this romantical shit is driving me insane. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Oh my god, I forgot this part. Oh my god. Okay. So they're... God damn it, I forgot. So they're in the shower, and they're... You know, and... I'm just gonna do... This actually makes it work better. Like, so they're in the shower, and they're... And... As you do... God damn it, man. Why did I choose to read this for you, chat? Why can't I... Man. So they're doing the hanky-panky. No, this is about Admiral Buttloaf. I'm getting to that. Let me get to that, please. Let me get to this, please. Oh my god. So, no, it's worse, chat. It's so much funnier. It's so funny and so stupid, man. Oh my, okay. So, yeah, they're doing the hanky-panky. And of course, we reach that, you know, that... Wait, no, it's... We reach that point, and main character Chan fires lightning, but chat... Jesus Christ. Chat, don't worry! Because Xanax has mastered the new secret technique, which is to... I'm not even fucking joking. Which is to turn his shadows, because his power is shadows, to... He has learned to turn his shadows into a baseball glove. I am not joking. To catch the lightning in his baseball glove. Shadow hand. So that way, they don't blow up the building they're in. Explain? I just did! It's exactly what I'm saying! There is no long thing about practicing safe sex, guys. We're off the rails now. We're off the rails now. Yes. How did you find this book series? A YouTube recommended video where someone was summarizing it, and I got like 3 seconds in, and I was like, this has got dragons in it, I want to read it.
You.
And then I made a horrible mistake. Callum draws Hunter Biz. So you're saying he brought protection. I wish I... So yes, Xanax catches the lightning, that lightning, with a shadow baseball glove. I'm so glad Miss Tweetums is here to basically reaffirm that this is in fact real. I am not exaggerating this. That is what happens. Chat, I laughed my ass off. It's so stupid. Alright. That ends that chapter. The lightning happened in the shower. No, science does not apply here, okay? Science is gone. Science is where I'm at. In a different world. Okay. God. Automod got the funniest fucking message. bitch! Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. No, stop! Xanax doesn't call her Babe, she calls her Babe Ruth. You guys are so much funnier than me, fuck. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, we need to rein it in, chat. We need to rein this shit in, please. Oh my god. Oh my eyes, dude. I'm crying. Oh my god. Okay. Moving on. We're moving on now. Slot that one in the memory. So, they do that, and Xanax tells main character Chan that he's gonna go meet with the Griffin Riders, because he's got a delivery of the daggers, basically. Now, it's worth pointing out that the Griffin Riders attacked the outpost. So the Griffin Riders did attack the outpost, and Xanax reveals to main character Chan the reason why the Griffin Riders are attacking the outpost is because not all of them are benefiting from Xanax smuggling in these daggers, basically. So, some of them are getting impatient and are attacking the outpost because the outposts have the alloy that helps maintain the wards, basically. And so they're trying to break into the outpost to steal the daggers that are there, basically, instead of waiting for the smuggled ones to make their way in. So Xanax, oh my god. Xanax is going to meet with the Griffin Riders, and, you know, main character Chan wants to come along. So, main character Chan joins Xanax with Terran, to go and meet with the Griffin Riders. So they get there and they meet with the Griffin Riders, and, you know, it's the same Griffin Riders from the previous book. So the ones that helped fight the Venom. Some of them died, but the leader is still alive. And, oh man, this is great. So basically Xanax starts to talk with the Griffin Rider lady, and main character Chan is sitting on Terra and is just kind of listening in. And basically, Griffin Rider lady is just like, we need more weapons. Like, this isn't enough. And Xanax is like, listen, this is what we've got. And Griffin Rider lady is like, hey, you know, why not, like, you know, if you get this thing called the Luminary, you could make your own forge. But then Xanax is like, I'm not trading, like, I'm not involving main character Chan. I'm not gonna put her at risk, basically. And main character Chan is like, whoa, what do I have to do with this Luminary thing, basically? And the Griffin Riders are like, really? You're gonna, this is where it's stupid, chat. And I'm with the Griffin Riders on this. They're like, really? You're gonna prioritize, like, one person that you just like, rather than the fact that, like, innocent people are getting killed, and if we make a forge, we could fight back against the Venom? Like, hello? And, you know, Xanax is like, oh, hello, Rotoyu, how are you? Happy New Year. And so, welcome to hell. So, Xanax is like, I'm not training main character Chan for the Luminary. Here are your daggers. Tell your riders to stop attacking the borders, because if they keep attacking the borders, I'm just gonna stop giving you weapons altogether, basically. And, like, basically threatens them. He's like, stop attacking the borders. Like,
thank you.
This is all we can get. 100 bits from Like to oh, Like to Booyah, you missed some shit, dude. You missed some shit. I had to step away from the shower, guess what? Xanax and main character Chan stepped into a shower. Anyway, sorry. Thank you so much, Thunderbits. So, you know, Xanax is just like, stop. You missed the baseball game. Chat, you need to stop. You need to stop. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. Focus up! So Xanax is like, stop attacking the borders. If you keep attacking the borders, I'm not even gonna give you smuggled shit anymore. And, you know, one of the Griffin Riders, the sister to the leader, is is looking at main character channel pissed, basically, the whole time. And so Xanax and main character Chan leave, and it is revealed that Griffin Rider, not the leader, but the leader's sister, who is staring daggers at main character Chan the whole time, was Xanax's previous lover. Her name is Catriona. Of course, it's Catriona. And she was Xanax's ex. And ooh, the plot thickens. Oh god, that's right. Oh wow, this chapter happens. Yeah, how far are we now? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's been 4 hours. We're getting there, chat. Oh my god. Happy New Year. So Xanax's ex is Catriona. Xanax is a harlot. We have determined this. So now there's some, you know, there's some like, ooh, the ex is now involved, right? And like, you know, main character Chan is like, what's up with her, eh? And Xanax is like, yeah, we dated, but it didn't work out. And, you know, main character Chan is like, uh-huh. So, as they're flying, main character Chan is like, okay, what's this thing with the Luminary and how am I involved with this? And Xanax basically is like, fuck, okay. So basically, there's this guy in an ocean city. There's this guy who lives in Ocean City. That's what I'm going to call it. It's Ocean City. There's this really rich guy in Ocean City named Takaris. Now, Takaris has a MacGuffin known as a Luminary, which if you use it, you can make the forge that's necessary to create venom-killing weapons. Now, Takaris only wants one thing in exchange for that. He wants to see main character Chan use lightning. But Xanax is afraid that Takaris will, by some means, kidnap her. It's not even that he would kill her. It was just that she would have to stay there forever. But then they would get a Luminary. And then they could fight the Venom. You can see why this frustrates me. You can see why this frustrates many characters in the book. Xanax is so in love. They're so in love, guys, that they're not willing to, I mean, I guess, sure, I get it, you know, you don't want to sacrifice the loved one, but, like, Xanax is like, I would let the entire world end before even having you not go there, which is kind of, I'm gonna say it a little boldly, I think it's a little dramatic, you know? But, you know, I'm sorry, don't you have fucking dragons? Yeah, but the Griffin Riders don't, and a lot of the average, like, fighting force who aren't dragon riders don't have weapons to fight the Venom. It's pretty bad. So, yeah. So Xanax is like, we'll find a way to get this done without putting you in danger, basically. He's like, I don't want to even, like, deal with Takaris. Like, we're gonna put a bookmark in that, and we're just gonna leave it. And, you know, main character Chan is like, I'm looking into the wards, by the way. I've been researching and trying to find the wards, but I've had no luck. So, like, Xanax is trying to figure out the weapon situation. Main character Chan is trying to figure out the ward situation. Which is fun. I like that in the book, that they have, both of them have, like, goals. This book suffers from the Game of Thrones problem where I'm waiting for dragons to do stuff. Oh my god, same. We haven't had a single chapter where she flies on her dragon, besides, like, going to visit Xanax, and it's about her worrying about Xanax. Fucking so lame, dude. Anyway. So, you know. So, she leaves Xanax behind, and she comes back to school. And when she arrives at school, you know, they're currently doing, for the cadets are currently going through the gauntlet. So the gauntlet is like a deadly obstacle course that they have to do to basically get a dragon, basically. So Liam's sister and Eric Greycastle, they're going through the obstacle course, and they're doing fine. They're doing just fine. You know, they're training for it and all that jazz. I have a note here I just want to read out. This is the most useless and pointless note ever, but it's so me-coded. I'm just going to read this out. They landed, and there is what is this? And this is so stupid. They're there, and they are practicing. There is a teacher here. He is bald. I don't know who this character is. I can't remember what his deal is, but he is bald. He is bald and also a professor. Fantastic note-taking by Montiglu de Vere. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. Only the highest, most uplifting and impressive note-taking you can ever find. Anyway, I felt the need to note that. I think I was going crazy at that point. Like, I think I was losing my mind, because I was pretty deep in the book at this point. Alright. That is entirely irrelevant, by the way. That has no bearing on this at all. So, main character Chan, you know, makes it back to school. Now, if you recall, she left in a bit of a hurry. You know, she didn't leave, you know, in a very organized manner, to say the least. So she forgot that she is carrying that magical dagger. Remember that magical dagger that opened the Deus Ex Machina door? So she was hiding that in Terran's saddlebag. But because she left in a hurry, she had it in her regular bag. So she goes to her room. So main character Chan walks to her room. And as she goes to walk into her room, standing in front of her room is goddamn Varish. And Varish is like, well, hello there. Hello there, main character Chan. A pleasure to see you again. It seems you went off in quite a hurry. I'm trying to figure out how best to punish you for abandoning your duties. And she's like, yeah, well, you can figure that out later. Also, Terran will kick your ass if you try anything. And he's like, yes, of course. But seeing as how you're back, I would like to look through your things. And so, immediately, main character Chan is like, shit, I have one of those daggers in my bags. And she looks over behind her, and she notices that Shoe Friend is like, has the door open, is like watching this altercation. And she gets a brilliant idea. Main character Chen, so follow me here. Main character Ken psychically connects with Terran and is like, hey, do you know where Shoe Friend's dragon is right now? And Terran is like, yeah, they're right beside me. And main character Chan is like, you need to tell them right now that Shoe Friend needs to pull the specific dagger from my bag with her telekinetic powers, because Shoe Friend has like telekinesis or magnetism or something. I can't remember. She's got magnet shit. So while as Varish is trying to like go through her shit, she's sweating bullets because she needs Shoe Friend to steal this dagger before she gets caught with it. And Shoe Friend fucking does it. And not only does Shoe Friend does it, through the power of friendship, Shoe Friend not only grabs her dagger, but somehow manages to turn it into a ghost and pull it through the wall of the building. How? I don't fucking know. So Varish goes through her stuff and, like, you know, doesn't find the magic dagger, thank God. And he goes to leave. And immediately, Shoe Friend grabs her and pulls her into the room, and they close the door. And it's revealed that, you know, Shoe Friend is just like, oh my god, Varish is crazy. They heard a rumor that it wasn't Varish's dragon who wanted to kill all those cadets. It's heavily implied that it was Varish himself who wanted to kill all those cadets. So it wasn't that his dragon was, like, crazy and wanted to murder. It was that he wanted to murder. So Shoe Best Friend has the dagger and is like, okay, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Because it's not just Shoe Friend in the room. Sawyer and Riddick are there too. And all three of them are like, what is happening, main character Chan? And at this point, main character Chan is like, knowing that the Venom are approaching, knowing that Shoe Friend is Sherlock Holmes and is piecing this shit together, now that they're complicit in helping her smuggle shit into school, and they know some shit's going on, and they know that there's, like, propaganda, that there's conspiracy shit happening, right? It's at this point, finally, that main character Chan is like, I gotta tell them about everything. So main character Chan tells them everything. Some information withstanding. There's some information that's a bit like, probably shouldn't know that. But they tell them about the Venom. They tell them about, like, you know, that they're gonna be here in a year, that they're killing people on the borders, that the Griffin Riders, and, like, this whole city was destroyed. Like, basically that big third city was destroyed by the Venom. They have, like, so she, like, confesses all this stuff to her friends, because she's like, there's too much now. And the next chapter begins. And immediately, for my people during the break who said Shoe Friend is your favorite character, you have made an excellent selection. Because despite main character Chan being a secretive little bitch, justifiably and not justifiably, right? Shoe Friend immediately forgives her and immediately is like, I'm so sorry you've had to carry this alone for so long. Like, she's immediately sympathetic to main character Chan and everything she's been carrying. And she's like, I'm still upset you wouldn't talk to me. That did hurt me, but I'm really glad you've told us. And I know you're scared about us being involved, but we're your friends. We're your ride or die. If we can't help you, what good are we, right? Like, we're a team, right? Shoe Friend is great. And she's even like, you saved me on my first day on the parapet. You didn't have to, but you did. And I'm, you know, I appreciate you for that. I already owe you my life. So don't stress about it. I love Shoe Friend. Just know, unlike main character Chan, who had all this stuff with Xanax, Shoe Friend is like, okay, I understand why you kept these secrets from us. And it was very hard for you, and I respect you for, like, you know, being honest with us now. You know, and that you're at a place where you feel like we can be honest with each other. Excuse me. Oh my god. Ah. My sinuses, dude. So, you know, main character Chan is just like, you know, and immediately, this is what I love about it. Like, Shoe Friend immediately is like, how can we help? Like, they're like, okay, you've been doing this alone for so long. How can we help you? And main character Chan is like, well, I've been reading all these books to try and figure out a way to, like, you know, fix this ward that we need to fix. And, you know, they're all talking, like, they're like, oh, we could, like, if 4 of us read, it's better than 1. And then, but, like, even then, like, they're like, I don't know if they're gonna even have that information. If they're hiding all this information... Yeah, the whole squad wants to help out. Like, everyone wants to help out. Like, the whole group is like, we could help you read, but, like, they probably are hiding this information intentionally. Like, they're censoring out all this information. How much knowledge has been, like, completely removed or hidden that we need? And so, they're, like, talking, and they're like, what books would have this information? And then Riddick, our Sokka of the group, our Sokka of the group is like, oh, well, maybe the journals of the original 6 Dragon Riders would have that information. I mean, they made the wards. So, historically, there were 6 people who were Dragon Riders, the original Dragon Riders of this country, of Nevers. And they are also the ones who created the wards to protect Nevers. And so, you know, Riddick Sokka is like, oh, well, those journals would probably have the answers. And the rest of the group is like, well, yeah, but they're not here. And he's like, oh, no, they are. And they're like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, they're at this school. And everyone's like, wait, whoa, how do you know that? And Riddick's like, hey, do you remember how we broke into main character Chan's mom's office during, like, that one, like, challenge we had to try and break into something and get, like, important information, like, for that game? Well, when we were poking around in the office, I noticed a letter on the desk talking about how those books were at the school. So that means they have to still be at the school, right? And everyone in the room is like, Riddick? And he's like, what? Just because I like to crack a few jokes doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. What an absolute legend, man. Incredible play from Riddick, dude. Oh yeah, there's continuity. Sometimes. When there's continuity, it's great. So, Riddick is like, if it's their journals, they gotta have information about how they, like, either did the wards or made the wards in there. And there's 2 journals. And so, they're like, if we can find out where these journals are, and, like, find where these are, and get in there and get them out, like, that's so dangerous. And then Riddick goes, well, good. I was hoping it was going to start getting dangerous around here. Chat, the supporting cast... Yes, Dark Gale. The supporting cast of this book are the best characters in the book, dude. Main character and Xanax are the worst characters in this book. Every character around them is the best character ever. It's insane. It's insane. So... they're like, okay, we're gonna find out. They're like, okay, we gotta go do this thing, but after we're done, we're gonna go figure this out. So, they, you know, they break off. In my notes, it says, Jack is being nice to everyone, which is really weird. So Jack is trying to be, like, friendly with folks. He's being, like, a nice guy. Which is, again, Jack redemption arc with 3 question marks at the end? Are we entering a Jack redemption arc? Why is he being nice suddenly? You know? I mean, he did almost die, but... He has a mild case of severe brain damage, right? Yeah. So, you know, they break away from their meeting, and guys, it's time. It's threshing time, baby. You know what threshing time is? It's time for the cadets to potentially meet their dragons. So main character Chan and Imogen are like holding their breath, like, you know, they're sucking in their breath, they're holding their breath, and they're there just kind of witnessing what's going on. Eric, the king's son. Oh, I gotta turn off the heater. Hold on, one second. I'll tell you what happens at Stretching. Hold on. Goblin's meowing because the heater's on. It's been too long. I know. Sorry, Goblin needed water. I'm back. So, you know, the second years go to threshing, and they just have to watch. And so, main character Chan is super nervous for Liam's sister. She's like biting her teeth. She's super scared. And then Eric rides in on a blue clubtail dragon, which is very exciting for him. So he's got his dragon now. He wanted his dragon because he wants to, you know, wants a protection against his father, and now he has it in the form of his blue dragon. And main character Chan waits with bated breath. I love this, man. Liam's sister flies in on the exact same type of dragon that Liam flew on. An orange dagger tail dragon. And main character Chan begins to cry and hugs Imogen. It's very emotional. And she's like, Liam, she did it. She did it. She got her dragon. Beautiful thing. Oh. Oh. So, threshing goes well. Liam's sister lives. Eric lives. The rest of the characters we don't really fucking give a shit about. So, at this point, Third Wing, you know, Shoe Friend and gang, are getting ready to go and enact their plan to find these journals. So, Riddick... Is it Riddick? Riddock, yeah, Riddock. Riddock, goes to meet with Library Friend. So he's gonna go meet up with Library Friend because main character Chan has watch duty. So main character Chan has to do watch duty on a tower above, like a monastery or something. And so, main character Chan, you know, is like, hopefully Riddick can get Library Friend to figure out where these might be. And she goes up the tower, and she runs into Iya. Now, if you remember, Iya, it's EYA is her name. She's one of the rebel students. And as, you know, main character Chan walks up, she's like, hey, what are you doing here? I have watch duty on this tower today. And she's like, I was told I had watch duty on this. And then the assassins arrive. It was a trap! So, assassins attack main character Chan and Iya. And as they walk in, they're like, dead people can tell no secrets. And it was more assassins sent by Dick Dad. Dick Dad sent more assassins after them. So, they start fighting, and it's like this close battle. They're fighting, and then, like, Iya gets stabbed. They're, like, fighting. They kill, like, 3 dudes, and then one guy just, like, gores a blade through Iya. Main character Chan is like, no! And then immediately throws daggers and kills the guy, and then, like, the last guy and her, like, fighting, and he's, like, shoving her over the tower, and he, like, shoves her off the tower, and she flips around, and she catches the edge, and she's, like, falling, and he, like, stomps on her fingers, and she falls, but then catches herself. And as he raises his sword, like, fucking, what's his name from Hunchback of Notre Dame? Like, Count Claude Frollo. He's raising his blade like Claude Frollo and fucking Hunchback of Notre Dame. Suddenly, someone kills the assassin. and his body falls off the side into the ground, and a set of arms flip over and grab main character Chan and drag her back onto the tower. And who is it but Jack frickin' Bauer, dude? Jack Redemption Arc! So Jack Bauer saves main character Chan and is like, I noticed all these men like coming up and I heard the sounds of battle, and he saves her, and she's like, don't touch me. Like, you're just here to kill me too. And he's like, I'm not. He's like, I saw the god of death, and I'm not about that anymore. Iya is dead, but main character Chan is alive, which means it's only main character Chan, Imogen Hep, and Biddick who know what happened, basically. Oh my god. Iya's super dead, dude. She's turbo dead. So she's dead, which leaves only 3 survivors, at school at least, who survived the Venom attack at this point. So Jack is like, you know, he's like, listen, you know, I don't expect you to trust me or even like me, but I'm, you know, I got a second chance at life, and I'm gonna make the most of it if I can. And so, you know, off he fucks, I guess. Oh god, alright. After that happens, main character Chan and friends get visited by library friend. Library friend, what's happening to me? Uh-oh, woo. Library friend meets up in secret with the rest of the group, and she reveals that she has figured out where the journals are probably being kept. There is a hidden vault beneath the archives of Dragon School. However, she's like, you won't be able to get in there. And everyone's just like, oh man, we broke out of, like, torturing. We've broken into an office. Like, we've done all this shit, man. Like, we're good. And library friend is like, no, you can't get into this space unless you have the blood of the royal family. And everyone is like, damn. But then main character Chan is like, no, not damn. I know a guy. So, we're into the heist portion of this shit, chat. Are you ready for a fucking heist? So, Xanax arrives to come and visit main character Chan. Main character Chan confesses to Xanax that she told her friends everything. And now they're bringing in Xanax on the heist, basically. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, here we go. So basically, they're sneaking in. Xanax has the power of shadows, so he's ninjaing that shit. Everyone else is dressed up as scribes. You're only halfway through this book. This feels like an impending climax. I'm not gonna lie, this book feels like it should have been 2 books, but it's not. But we'll continue on. We're gonna continue on. So, oh my god, I have to drink some water here. There's no way I could have summarized this whole book, dude, in one sitting. I don't think we could have summarized this book in one sitting. So, they're all disguised. They're with library friend. Xanax is being a ninja. And they have Eric with them now. Eric has replaced me on the team. I am replaced with Eric. And honestly, upgrade. So, they... fuck off, crit scratch. When main character shoots lightning, we'll see the climax. I'm going to ban you! Ah! Prison forever. Prison forever. Oh my god. Anyway, oh my god. Okay. So Xanax is ninjaing this shit. Everyone else is disguised. Eric is there. He's now part of the fucking crew. I love Eric because he's so on board with this. Eric is so on board with, like, breaking into his dad's vault. He's so ready to shake up some shit. But there's an issue here. We got some interpersonal drama, chat. Xanax and Eric. Oh my god. Oh no! They banned- I was joking. I was joking with Crit Scratch, dude. I thought that was hilarious. Don't actually ban him. Bring him back. He was silly. A king shall not banish his jester. I timed out for 10 seconds. He gave a 10-second timeout. Oh my god. I hope it didn't delete his messages because that shit was funny, dude. Anyway, so there's some interpersonal drama. Eric and Xanax don't like each other. And Xanax is like, well, yeah, your dad's the king, and the king hates my dad, who was like this revolutionary. And Prince Guy is like, no, I hate my dad too. My dad's a piece of shit. I don't like him. I hate you because you killed my brother. Oh, the plot thickens, chat. Turns out the king's second son also went to dragon school, and Xanax killed him. And Xanax is like, I do not regret killing your brother, because he's like your dad. And Eric is like, you shut your whore mouth. And they start fighting, and everyone's like, yo. Focus on the plan, you two. Like, focus on the plan. But Eric and Xanax do not like each other. And I love it, dude. It is great. Crit's messages were deleted. You know what? That's what you get. Dude, I hope they kiss later, man. It's crazy how so many romances in this book would be so much more interesting if it wasn't Xanax and main character. Like, Eric and Xanax. And then I want to see main character with, like, hopefully if it's happening, the Jack redemption arc, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, kill each other later, heist now. Exactly. Jeez, people get so distracted sometimes when they're on a heist. So, they get in, and library friend is like, okay, we're getting in, we're disguised, we're going in. Here's the deal, though. You have until a certain hour at night to get out of this, like, get out of the library. Because this is wild, chat. This is wild. This is like using a truck to break ice. It's insane. So the archives have an anti-pest magical MacGuffin, okay? Right? They need to maintain the archives. And one of the things that the archives don't want to deal with is pests. You know, rats, worms, bugs. So they installed a kill device where after a certain period, this is so stupid, after a certain period of time, you know, at a certain time of day, everyone needs to be out of the archives because the anti-pest kill device will kill everything living in the archives. Seems like a bit of an extreme measure, but what do I know? So, basically, if they're in the archives, when that happens, they'll all die. Is what's implied. That is what is implied. So their choice is they either have to get out of the archives, or they have to stay in the vault until the next morning, I guess. Yeah, it's a bit of an exaggeration, I think. Yeah, power word kill alarm. It's like sandblasting a soup cracker. That's a great analogy. That's so good. So they have a timer, basically. They have a magic MacGuffin timer, because of course. So they make their way. They get to the vault. Imogen and Xanax, like, Vulcan neck pinch the guards. Imogen's abilities, she can actually, like, make people forget shit. So Imogen has amnesia powers. If she touches a person, they forget stuff, basically. So Xanax knocks them out, and she, like, touches them to make them forget everything that happened. Which, great combination. And they find the door to, like, the vault. And Eric goes in and, like, turns to main character Chan, and main character Chan is like, this is what we're looking for. It looks like this. You need to grab this. And Eric grabs main character Chan and pulls her through the shield because it's, like, if he touches her, because he figured, this is great. So Eric grabs her and pulls her in. And immediately Xanax is like, what the fuck? You could have killed her. And Eric is like, no, my father is an egotistical piece of shit. If he has a thing he can show to someone else, there's no way he would have an environment where he couldn't bring someone with him to show off. And he was right on that assumption. Like, he knows his father that well that he pulls main character Chan through because he's like, I don't know what I'm looking for. Come with me and we'll look for it. So main character Chan and Eric go into the vault, and it is like this beautiful, like, well-maintained, like, you know, library of, like, books. So they're, like, tearing through. One of the things the book does kind of neat that I do kind of like is that as they're, like, looking through and, like, the sequences of events are happening, there's, like, a countdown. Like, the character is, like, 10 minutes. 15, like, you know, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes as they're doing stuff in, like, the space. I do like that. I thought that was very fun. But they're, like, looking around and they're, like, flipping through all the books and they can't find it. And, you know, Eric's like, we were supposed to be a scribe, right? Like, where would they put it? And so main character Chan is, like, thinking, and she's just like, okay, they don't want it to get affected by pests. They don't want it to be like, how do you maintain a book? Temperature, humidity, light. It's somewhere where there's no light, because there's light in the room. So they're digging around, and she finds this, like, covered plinth and flips it over, and sure enough, there's this magically encased set of 2 journals. And so Eric walks over and reaches through that magical case, and he gets, like, burnt by the case. Because while he is the king's son, he is not of pure blood. He is not, you know, the king. So the shield, like, hurts him, but he manages to grab both the books and pull them out and gives them to main character Chan. Now they're on a timer. They need to get out. So they get out, he pulls her through the shield, and Amogan throws, like, wineskins at the 2 guards they knocked out, and they're like, we gotta get out of here, the archives are about to explode. So they start running, and they're running through, and they basically, like, you know, they basically have a race against the clock, and they manage to get out at the last moment because, of course. Also, while they were looking for the book, main character Chan asked Eric about, like, oh, do you want to be king? And Eric was like, hell no, I want my eldest brother to be king. I don't care about being a leader. He's like, I want to save, like, the world, basically, is his. I love Eric. He's such a good character. He's so motivated, and he's got such clear goals. He hates his dad. He wants to stop the evil. He thinks all this bossing say shit is bullshit. I love him for it. I respect him for it. And he's like, he's not doing it because he wants to be king. He wants to be a hero. He doesn't want to be a king. He's a real one. I love Eric a lot. I love him a lot. All right. Oh boy, here we fucking go. Oh boy, here we go. Tweets, are you in the? Yeah, Tweets are here. You know what's about to happen. So they managed to make their way out. And immediately, Eric's hand is all messed up. And they're gonna realize that someone broke in. And if they see that Eric's hand is all messed up, they're gonna know it's him. So main character Chan is like, okay, Riddick, Sawyer, take Eric to this healer guy. So if you remember early on in the story chat, they did, like, the navigation training, and main character Chan saved a healer. And, like, he, in a moment, was like, I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, let me know. So, main character Chan is like, I saved this healer during this, like, navigation exercise that we all failed, but I did save him from a dragon, and he said he would owe me a favor. So, go to this guy with Eric and say, I'm cashing the favor now. And get him to heal Eric before people catch on to what's going on. And they're like, you got it. And so they take Eric to this guy, which is great. I love that. Again, it's a nice callback. So Eric is sent off to go get healed. And, you know, and main character Chan gives Xanax one of the journals. And she's like, take this to my brother right now. Like, take this to Rebel Castle right away. Because we need to get this as much as we can. And he's like, what about the other one? She's like, I'm gonna study the other one. You take, because, like, I need to translate this. But at the very least, you should take the other one so we have at least, they're not together, right? Which is smart. It's very smart. She's like, take this journal. I'm keeping this one. I need to translate this journal because it's in a dead language and I need to translate it. You take that one and you take that with you in case, like, something happens. So Xanax takes the journal as, like, Godspeed, and he leaves. So Xanax leaves, everyone, like, scatters, and main character Chan has the other journal, and she puts it in her, like, in the scribe bag, and she, like, leaves. As she's walking, she notices Nolan sitting on, like a log, and he, like, beckons her over. And, like, you know, he sits down and he's just like, oh man. And she's like, how you doing, Nolan, the healer guy? And he's like, you know, just got a lot on my mind, I guess. And she's like, yeah. And, you know, he's like, what were you doing? And she's like, oh, I was just out with friends, you know. Not doing any crimes. And Nolan's like, yeah. You want to share a drink with me? She's like, yeah, sure. And so he gives her a drink. And she's like, you know, she's drinking, and they're talking, and he's like, you know, main character Chan, you make it so hard sometimes. She's like, yeah? He's like, I want to protect you from all these things in this world, you know, because you're such a good kid. And she's like, why do I feel weird? He's like, it's just so hard to protect you from yourself. And then she realizes that the drink was drugged. And as she falls to the ground, he goes, I'm sorry, main character Chan. I feel like this is the only way I can save you from yourself. And she fades into unconsciousness. Fuck. And as she fades into unconsciousness, as Nolan looks down at her, Varish also walks over her and goes, don't worry. Everything's gonna be oogly-doo. It's time for Torture 2 Electric Boogaloo, chat. Yippee! Yippee! Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Here we go! So. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna stretch real quick. Oh my god. To think I was, like, trying to read the entire book when there's no way I could have. This has to be in 2 parts, man. This shit is so long, chat. Oh my god. So, main character Chan wakes up, and she's on, like, a torturer's, like, thing. Like a bed, you know. As you do. She realizes that she can't connect to Terran because obviously they applied the MacGuffin juice to her. So she can't I don't think she can talk to yeah, no, she's being forced to drink the anti-dragon tox serum. So, you know, Vera shows up, and this is the real deal. This isn't torture training. This is real torture. And Varish, you know, shows up, and he's like, well, main character Chan, it seems as though you might have been up to no good. Stealing a journal from the archives, Did anybody help you with this endeavor? And she's like, no! Like, oh god. Because, like, he's asking her all these questions, and Varish has his lie detector woman here. So lie detector woman is like, he's like, if you tell a lie, I will find one of your companions and I will torture them as well. So main character Chan utilizes the Shrek 2 Pinocchio technique, where she tells the truth while not saying anything. So he asks her, like, did anybody help you, like, get this journal? And she's like, well, yeah, because only a person of royal blood would be able to, you know, get in there. And Varys is like, go search everyone to see if anyone's got, like, a burnt hand or something, because he realizes now that one of the royal family is amongst the cadets. And he asks her a bunch of questions, and she's answering it in, like, you know, in a truthful way. And he starts breaking her fingers, you know, one by one, just for funsies. And she gets tortured for, like, several days. And over that course of time, either from her breaking, like, subconscious, or just a way to cope, just like me reading this book, she thinks of Liam. And how old is main character? They're like 20. They're in their 20s. And basically in this delirious state, she, like a apparition of Liam is formed. And he talks to her. Yeah, Liam, give us strength, dude. And he's just as sweet and supportive and perfect. You know? And, like, Ghost Liam is like, you can't tell them anything. Like, you have to stay, like, you have to stay strong. You can do it, you know? And, you know, main character Chan is like, your sister hates me. And he's like, she'll come around. Don't worry about it. And I appreciate you. You did it. You honored me by, like, you know, taking care of my sister. Like, you've honored that. So I respect you for that. And, you know, they talk. And it's, like, makes me cry because I miss Liam, man. He was the best character at the game. The best character in the game. Help me. The best character in the book, man. And he's back. But even as a ghost, he's perfect, man. So Varys walks in, and he's like, you know, and main character Chan is like, you know, when Xanax finds out what you've done, when Terran finds out what you've done, they're gonna kill you. And Varys is like, I'm hoping for that. He's like, I think I want to just kill Xanax. Like, that's what we're hoping for. If we can't get information out of you, at the very least, you'll be nice bait. We'll find a way to, like, bait Xanax in. And we'll, you know, we'll torture him next. We'll torture both of you at the same time, you know? And so Varys is like, you know, we're gonna torture you, and, you know, that's what it's gonna be. And then the lie detector woman's just like, hey, why don't we call in Jack Bauer? I'm sure he'd love to get some revenge on, you know, on main character Chan. And Varys is like, no, he'll kill her. We don't want him to kill her. And I'm like, I think we're on a Jack redemption arc. I think Jack is on his redemption arc right now. You know? So, oh man. So Varys is like, no, we won't bring in Jack because he'll kill her. But I have someone in mind who I think might work. And Varys leaves. And Liam is just like, you know, hold on, stay strong. You got this. Even though, like, her arms are all broken, her fingers are all broken. She's getting fucked up, man. Like, they're really messing her up. And so, time passes. And you know him and you hate him. Childhood best friend Kun enters the torture fray. He walks in, and Varys is like, guess what, childhood best friend Kun? You know what you need to do. She is a traitor to our nation. She is, you know, she's gonna destroy this kingdom. You need to show your loyalty to the kingdom, and I need you to extract all that you can from her. And main character Chan is like, please don't do this. Childhood best friend Kun looks down at her, and he's like, why didn't you listen? Why didn't you take my advice the first days you were at dragon school and just let me sneak you into the scribes? You know, why didn't you take me up on my offer? Why did you have to go with Xanax? Like, why? And she's like, it's wrong. What we're doing is wrong. You know what they're doing is wrong. And he's like, I'm sorry, Violet. And he reaches down and he touches her. Main character Chan does her best to show childhood best friend Kun the venom. She tries to show childhood best friend Kun Liam dying so he can suffer and know the pain like we know it, chat. The shields don't matter. I don't know what the deal with the shields is, man, because they don't matter. Childhood best friend Kun sees everything. And he is unbothered by Liam dying. He's unbothered by the realization of the venom. He focuses on the fact that she's been helping Xanax smuggle weapons out. And childhood best friend Kun tells Varish that she had a hand in it. And Varish is like, hell yeah. However, at this point, one of the guards comes down and is like, Lord Varish, there's been an incident at the borders. And Lord Varish is like, 1 minute, I'm busy torturing. And they're like, Lord Varish, you have to go. Like, all the other teachers have already left. You need to go. And he's like, give me a moment. And childhood best friend Kun looks at main character Chan, and main character Chan looks at him, and she's like, how could you? You know this is wrong. They're killing innocent people. And you're just gonna let this happen. And childhood best friend Kun looks at her. And she's like, you know this is wrong. You know. And Varish turns and goes, don't listen to her. She's like a traitor to our nation. Let's see what else she knows. And childhood best friend Kun goes, no. And whips around and slashes Varish. Childhood best friend redemption arc? He immediately turns and he kills the lie detector woman and pins Varish to the walls, freeing childhood best friend Kun. Or not, freeing main character Chan. And Varish is like, what are you doing? You would dare to betray your nation? And at this point, things kick off, chat. Xanax kicks down the door, and him and his buff friend arrive. Childhood best friend Kun and main character Chan kill Varish together. She tries to stab him, but she doesn't have the strength. So childhood best friend Kun also grabs the knife and they kill him together. Xanax then bursts into the room along with buff best friend, and they're like, we need to go. Shit is hitting the fan. Chat, this chapter's notes. This is the last chapter This chapter's notes are triple the length. This was the longest chapter in the book. This is gonna get wild. Alright, so. Alright. Okay, I gotta read here. Sorry, give me 1 second here. So, Xanax shows up with Buff Friend. And they clean shop. And they kill a bunch of guards to get there. And Xanax kicks down the door and sees, like, childhood best friend Kun and main character Chan killing a dude. And immediately, Xanax justifiably points his weapon at childhood best friend. And main character Chan is like, no, he's good. He helped me. I think he's on our side. And Xanax is like, can you trust him? And she's like, I don't know. But he did save me. And that's worth something. And then she's like, why are you here, Xanax? You put yourself in danger. And he's like, it doesn't matter. I would rather give up all the people I saved with my sacrifice in my country and Rebel Castle if it means saving you. Which is supposed to be romantic, but I think is really stupid. As Xanax is like, you know, they're hugging and kissing and whatever, directly in front, it's so funny, they like make out in front of like childhood best friend Kun, which just is really funny to me. But as they're doing that, trying to make a second rescue mission is her friends. So while Xanax was preparing to rescue her, her friends also were prepared to rescue her. She had a double rescue squad on the way. Love that. So they kick down the door and immediately like, oh, you beat us to it. And they're like, we need to get out of here. Shit is hitting the fan. And as they go to leave, they're running. All the teachers have gone because Xanax, with the coordination of other rebels, collected the bodies of dead wyverns from the battlefield and dropped them on every outpost neighboring the neighboring nation as a unignorable distraction. Actually brilliant. Actually brilliant. So Xanax is like, listen, we have time to, like, do some fucking revolution shit right now. All of the most important people at this school are gone now. So we have a chance now to tell everyone what is going on. And everyone is like, we should do this. And so they're running. And, like, oh my god. As they're running, main character Chan is still seeing Ghost Liam. And Ghost Liam is like, go, I believe in you. Please take care of my sister. I appreciate everything you've done. And I wish you the best. And for the second time, Liam is gone. It's fine, we're just gonna move on. So they're running, and as they're running out, they're running and they stop. And there's main character Chan's mom. And Xanax is like, what are you doing here? And main character Chan's mom is like, so it's finally happening, is it? And Xanax is like, yeah. Yeah, it is. And she's like, I'd like a moment with my daughter, please. And Xanax, to main character Chan's surprise, Xanax is like, we'll be right outside. And everyone is like, is this okay? She's like the general of the military. And Xanax is like, it's fine, let's move. And main character Chan is like, why is Xanax okay with leaving me with my mom? What's going on? So there's chaos, by the way. Like, everything is kind of crazy right now. And main character Chan's mom is like walking up and is like, Xanax told me you were captured. And she was like, yeah. She's like, I have some things I need to tell you. Because I'm not gonna see you again. Because you can't stay here. Like, you are now officially, like, you are part of the revolution now. Which means I can't ever speak to you again. And main character Chan is like, yeah. Mom reveals some bombshells. She It's exactly like childhood best friend Kun said. She's responsible for Xanax's scars. She's also responsible for the deal that they made where all the rebel kids get to live. She struck that deal, not the king. She made that deal with Xanax. And in exchange, main character Chan's mom wanted Xanax to protect main character Chan. The reason main character Chan's mom wanted her to be a dragon rider was because if she was a scribe, she would have figured out the truth and would have been killed for it, and she knows it. Main character Chan's mom is like, you're too smart. You would have figured that shit out so fast. The moment you came to the realization that information was being hidden or destroyed, you would do everything in your power to preserve it, and it would destroy you. So I had to make you go to Dragon Rider school, because it was the only way to protect you. And to ensure your survival, I cashed my deal with Xanax. Which suddenly, main character Chan realizes that's why Xanax never tried to actually kill her at Dragon School. He wasn't in love with her immediately. The parapet, when she was caught at the river when he was meeting with his boys, he had a deal with her. The love came after. They're still very in love. But the reason he didn't kill her wasn't because of love. It was because he had a deal with main character Chan's mom. So the thing that mom didn't realize was that their dragons would be a mated pair and that they would end up falling in love. She didn't predict that at all. She figured since, you know, main character Chan's brother is dead, she would never like Xanax. Little does she know! So main character Chan's mom is like, yeah, I struck that deal. I put those scars on his body and I cashed in a favor to protect you. Whatever comes next, do what you can. We never spoke like this. And she leaves. At this point, there's kind of a civil war happening. People, like, some of the guards are trying to fight the rebels, who are now rallying the cadets. The dragon school is being rallied now. They're calling in a meeting and they're fighting off, like, any remaining teachers or guards. We also learn that Bodic, who's one of the rebels, his signet is that, or his power basically, is he can counter other, he's basically like, he can counter any other power basically. Which is very powerful. It's incredibly powerful. So they gather all the students. There's a big fight. They gather all the students outside. And they basically tell all the teachers and all the students what is happening. Everyone knows now. They know about the venom. They know about the war in Ba Sing Se. They know about how they've been killing civilians. They know about how the world might end in a year because shit's so fucked. Everything. Some people, you know, are like, oh my god, what the hell do we do? And, like, people are like, that's bullshit. And then substitute teacher comes out and is like, no, they're telling the truth. Because it turns out substitute teacher was responsible for leaving those pamphlets on the desk talking about how Navarre is killing civilians. She's a rebel substitute teacher, dude. So they tell everybody, and they are like, don't you wonder about how, like, this has happened? And then other characters are like, my family disappeared from the border. And every time I try and ask questions, I'm threatened. And people are, like, rallying now. Some people are staying. But mostly everyone at Dragon School, with the exception of a few, are joining the motherfucking revolution, baby. They gather the entire third wing. The entire third wings joins, and half of the remaining other branches join. And they rally behind Xanax and main character Chan and everybody else. And they're like, we can either sit here and let people die, or we can do some hero shit. And Eric shows up, Shoe Friend shows up, Sawyer, Riddick, I don't know where Jack Bauer is, he's not in the scene, I guess. A bunch of people. Fuck, Liam's sister shows up. Everyone is here. And they get on their dragons. And they're like, let's go. We're going to Rebel Castle. And off they go to Rebel Castle to begin the revolution. Yep, they even bring scribes and teachers. A bunch of scribes follow them. A bunch of teachers follow them. Healers follow them. A bunch of people follow them. And they get on their dragons. And they fuck off. Now, Adarna, main character Chan's second dragon, is picked up as well. They have to pick her up, and she's still in her sleep. So they pick her up, all the dragons make this giant flock, and off they go to Rebel Castle. And thusly begins, chat, the revolution. And therein ends the first half of Iron Flame. Oh my god. I'm gonna count here. 1, 2, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm 8 chapters into the second half. That is the first half of the book! That's the first half of the book! Can you see now why I decided to split this in half? That is the first half of the book.
I love you.
Draconian 9, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 50 months. Man, I can't believe I got here at the end of the book. Wait, that's only the first half? Yeah! It's the first half of the book! I got to that part and I'm like, I could stop here. I kept reading. So, that's where the book half ends. It's a 5-hour summary for the first half of this book. It is an 886-page monster, chat. But that is the end. Well, not the end. That's the halfway point of Iron Flame. I did it. I did it. Chat. I'm not done, but I did it. When we jump back into... We did it, Tweetums. And anyone else who read this monstrosity. That could have been the end, yeah. My feelings exactly, yeah. But no, we got a whole other book we have to finish for this book. Oh my god. So chat, yes. There will be a part 2. When? I don't know. Whenever I finish the second part. There are apparently 5 books planned for this, series. I will say this, I will not be reading a new book until I finish this one. So I'm not gonna start a Warhammer book or anything, you know. I have a Drizzt novel. I'm not starting anything until I'm done this. And when I'm done, we will finish this. Okay? Give me some time to recover, please. My throat is so thrashed, man. I can't wait for the other half to just be what their brother was doing during all that. Oh, that would have been great. I as a person who's into the second half, that's not what happens, unfortunately. Because here's the realization, and I want you all to have the same realization. Now that the revolution has started, okay, guess what that means? Xanax and main character Chan are no longer apart.
Thank you.
And what happens to the story, chat, when main character Chan and Xanax are no longer apart? Yep, you're right. More baseball. And let me just say this right now. They waste no time. We're going to the major leagues, boys. There you have it, chat. That's the summary. Oh my god. Well, Happy New Year, everybody. This is my first stream of the year. Beautiful. Beautiful. Are you satisfied? Did you have fun? Was my pain entertainment enough? I carried this burden for you. I learned about baseball gloves for you. I have to read about tongues being sucked into mouths for you. Are you thankful, chat? Oh my god. I'm terrified. Oh my god, Sandwich. It's fine. Okay, you don't have to. Okay, you can appreciate in a non-financial way, okay? Oh my god, but thank you for the 10 gifted subs, thank you. Thank you for gifting 10 gifted subs to TamoBomb001, Kira Does Cosplay, Overlord Grim, Thunderous Blitz, Nocturnius Artemis, Bor TS90, Sadista, Earliest Bread, Sage's Blade, and Rena Days. Thank you so much.
I love you.
Oh, man. This Arkolf. I see I chose an interesting time to do. We're done.
I love you.
Arkolf, I did it. I finished the first half, but I still have to finish the second half. Chat, I'm gonna be real with you.
I love you.
I was doing a lot of editing for these books, like these book club things. I think I'm just gonna trim out the breaks and the intros, and I'm just gonna upload them that way. Because, like, editing these takes so much time, and now I have 2 I have to upload. I have Horus Heresy, and then I have this book. And not even this book, it's half of it. How can... Chat. It took me, like, 3 to 4 hours to summarize Horus Heresy. This monster took 5 hours. Horus Heresy, I think, is maybe longer. I don't know. Oh, my god.
I love you.
Oh, my god. I'm gonna do minor edits and then I'll upload it. But I'm not gonna go as hard as I did for the Salamander book one. Which I think is a great one to watch. I really like my Salamander book edit. But yes. Monty, how many times did you need to call Arcov while reading this to rant? I didn't message him too much. Because I was trying not to get distracted. Because I was like, I binge read this, dude. I think it was the 29th. Was it the 29th? Or was it I think it was the 28th. The 28th, I read, like, almost the entire first half of this book. I read 440 pages, chat, in one day. Okay? While taking notes. Granted, they were rudimentary notes, but they were enough to keep me on track, okay? the next day I needed a break. My brain was so fried. I managed to get in, like, probably another, like, you know, more chapters. Stop testing the auto mod. It's an evil robot. It'll slap you. But, like, I read a lot. Oh, okay, Horus Rising is smart. Never mind, it's shorter then. Anyway, I read, you know, I read a lot in one sitting. This book, I don't recommend that, chat. Chat, I really do not recommend it. It's not ideal. I did rant to chat. I did message Arkolf occasionally. Arkolf can attest if he's still here. But I did pop into the Discord, my personal Discord. If you're not there, what are you doing? Get in there. And I live complained. I didn't spoil anything, but I was there occasionally being like, guys, you're not gonna believe this shit. And also giving updates as to where I was in the story. Would you want a free book as a palate cleanser? Everything around me is a palate cleanser. Also, as I've said multiple times before, please do not recommend me books. I am not interested. And I'm not interested because I hate you. I'm not interested because I'm a fickle reader. The only time I've been requested to read a book and I do it is literally this book. This book is an outlier. It is a monster. It is the only recommendation I have read because it has been demanded so much throughout 2025. And Monty Glue pays her fucking debts. Alright? I don't want to read... I don't want to read like 3 more books of this. Oh! Oh, man. Oh, man. I need a cigarette. I need a cigarette, dude. Well, that was the first half. We'll do the other half later, so keep your eyes peeled. Join the Discord. Follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter. Probably Blue Sky I'd recommend better, but, you know, you do you. And I will let you guys know in advance what day I'm planning on doing the next part. Yeah, I will say this. Going from Horus Heresy to this book was so jarring. One, it's because Horus Heresy is written entirely in third person and the writing quality is really good. And then this one is written in first person. The writing quality flip-flops a lot. Hey, Indie Gamer, thank you, Monty, for everything. Aw, you know, thank you guys. As much as I'm harping on you guys, like, this is fun in like a masochistic way, you know? I can't explain it. It's like, I don't know how to describe why I'm doing it. It's like, yeah, it's like in a bad movie fun kind of way, yeah. Again, this book has some good writing in it. Like, I was shooting out from my seat when, like, Jack returned.
You.
The heel turn from childhood best friend Kun was great. Every time Varys showed up in a scene, like popping out of a trap door, dude, I was always excited. So as much as I'm harping on this book, I will say this. Compared to the first book, the pacing of the second one is pretty rough, at least in the first half. But the characters are still... Some of the characters are really good. And, you know, it has some really great moments. There's some ports in the storm. I like Eric. I want to learn more about him and what his goals are and why he's really intent on this. Also, Messenger of Chaos, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Darth Revan. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I saw a first edition of Fourth Wing at my local bookstore for $300. I'm alright. I didn't realize. I feel like more modern books really, like, don't really do the first edition, right? Or am I crazy? Ever think about making a campaign based on the premise of dragon riders that gain powers? I literally I picked up the first book in this series because I was reading it for Volar, if you can believe it. I was looking for like Dragon Rider books, and I don't know why this one caught my attention, and then I had a slow descent into madness, but you know, here we are. I'm sad Varish is dead. He was a fun guy. He was like a fun evil villain, man. Like he was like, oh, I'm gonna torture you and I'm evil. Like he was cartoonishly evil. It was so funny. Oh my god. So yes, I will be picking at this book. I will try and finish it at some point. I don't want to put it off for too long. I still have my notes. So I have my notes still. So that's good. I have all my notes still. And it's yeah. It's there's a lot. So without fourth thing, Voller wouldn't have happened. No, Voller was still set in stone. I was just like, you know, I was like in like the attitude, like this is the idea of where I'm fickle. I was like, oh, I have this idea of like these dragon riders, and then I heard about this dragon rider thing. I'm like, oh, I'll read this because it's, you know, tied to something that I'm currently thinking about right now. Oh man. Well, as we kind of close out here, I want to give a couple updates because obviously it's the new year. So, few updates. I'm gonna see where my voice is at tomorrow, because at the every time I do one of these, my voice gets destroyed, chat. I'm not gonna lie. So, 50-50 on a stream tomorrow. Friday is gonna probably be, not 14 just for a while. I've mentioned this before. I'm taking a break from 14. I you know, nothing against the game. I'm just feeling a little bit burnt out. I kind of want to play something else. So I might be looking at some indie games potentially, or something that's just kind of sitting, you know, more talk with chatty, you know what I mean? Saturday, we're still doing Phoenix Wright with Shay. So just a heads on this, Shay has informed me, this is not set in stone, but it's just like more of a little heads up. Shay is in school. She's been in school like all year, and she's going to be going to school for a very long time. She has mentioned that when things might get, you know, like finals and stuff, and like there's like big projects she has to do, she may have to sacrifice doing Phoenix Wright. She said it's not very likely, but she just wanted to give me the heads up. So we are still doing Phoenix Wright. So we'll be back to doing that soon. Before we go, can we see your throne? If you use ! throne, it'll come up. You can see it there. Do not recommend Fourth Wing merch. I swear to God, chat. So Shay mentioned that she might be a bit like kind of, it's just a potential. Sunday's my day off. Monday, oh boy, Monday, I'm excited. So Monday is going to be the first session of Space Marine 2, baby. I'm gonna be joined by Mr. Gim Gam Goomba himself, as well as level 1 Eevee. We're gonna be playing together. So, yeah, we're jumping into Space Marine 2. We're gonna hopefully see Titty again. That's gonna be very exciting. I'm back on my 40k bullshit. I'm so sorry. Monday evening, you can catch me over at Xanalis Grimm's channel. We'll be doing, Cold Rock. Tuesday evening, well, Tuesday during the day, we have Vecna Eva Ruin over at Connor's channel. And we have, Keys from the Golden Vault on Tuesday evenings. People have been kind of busy, and obviously Crimbles and stuff like that. The game's pretty inconsistent, but... Oh! Oh! Thank you! Thank you for the Micron Pens, Messenger of Chaos. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now I can write in my journal about how I have to read this goddamn book. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Tuesday, and then obviously Wednesday we're back with Unexpectables, and Thursday we're back with, Thursdays we're back with Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Now, just a heads up, I am waiting. My local game shop is possibly doing another Warhammer tournament. And I've been working on my army to get enough points to enter that, because that's the only way I can seem to play games. So there is a chance I may cancel streams to do that. Oh, before I forget to ask again, were you gonna be delving into the ZA DLC at some point? I was thinking of maybe doing that on Fridays, potentially. or when I have a free time, but I probably won't be diving into that for a while. I'm sorry that I've kind of neglected ZA. There's so much going on. And I have lots of stuff. I will confess, chat, I've been writing a lot. And honestly, I think I really like writing a lot. I think that's really good. And I'm sorry if it means maybe... There's also a lot of games. And a lot of games are drip-feeding content right now, which is making things kind of hard to keep up with stuff. Because, like, you know... Like, with Legends Arceus, it was like, the game was over. And it was like, oh, I played that game and it's over, right? With ZA, I'm like, they keep giving stuff, which is great. But at the same time, it's like, I'm like, oh, God, I have other stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want to go back. I'm like, I'm working on these other things, but again, I'll never say never. I definitely can see myself jumping back into it, but like for right now, I have like I'm in the mood for other stuff, I guess. I'm not really like, I'm not super in the Pokemon mood right now, which is a bit of a shocker, I know, but I want to, you know, I have other things I'm kind of working on right now, so thank you for your understanding. I'm sorry. Again, a reminder, if you want to read my writing, my gay idiot fanfiction, check out Monty's writing comments in my Discord. My 50-page Space Marine, custom Space Marine chapter short story is there, if you want to give that a little read if you like Warhammer. I have my Marriage Marines you can learn about, and yeah, I'm actually working on something with that right now with some friends, so I gotta, yeah, if I wasn't, you know, having to use the poison mouthwash, I would be probably more ahead on that, but curse my body and its weakness. Man. Okay, I caught up. Dear God, that was just the first half. Yeah, this book feels like it should be too. I feel like there may have been some sort of, like, publication production thing that happened with this book, because it really does feel like it should be 2 books. But, oh well, I don't know. But yeah, I'm a little bit of a busy bee right now, but it's all good things, you know. I'm very excited. For those who aren't on my Discord, I actually got a big update from my VTuber model artist. And I think I'm currently their priority client now in their list, which is very exciting. So, I've been getting updates for that. In terms of the subathon, I have officially approached an artist to do a background. I actually had it in for only one background. I'm actually going to get a background for the Chibi model as well. So I've sent out for that as well. So hopefully we can get some cute backgrounds for that. But I am getting a very involved background for my full model stuff. Again, I just want to reassure people, because I've seen this a lot on like the Discord and stuff. I just want to reassure people with the whole, like, you know, getting a VTuber thing and all that stuff. A lot of people have been showing a lot of, like, concern about, like, things going away. I want to reiterate and be very firm on this, because, like, I've seen it a lot. I don't know where, like, okay, how do I describe this? A lot of people feel like because something new is coming that I'm gonna abandon things, and I'm not. Like, again, with the VTuber model, it's just like this little chibi one, right? I haven't taken away anything. It's allowed me to do more. Like, this is way more fun. Like, doing book club at all is way more fun because I can emote with the VTuber model, right? And, like, I can understand change is scary. I just want to assure you guys that I don't want to take anything away from anyone or from you. And, like, and any change that's happening is, you know, it's more for us. You know what I mean? I just want to assure you that whatever happens with this, it's more for us. You know, it's more for me to express myself, and it's more for you guys, for me to do more entertaining and, you know, different things. Like, you know? So, I know, like, things may change, but it's like, it's with the intention of giving you more things and not taking things away from you, okay? I'm trying to be like a supportive parent. Oh, Poke King!
Upgrade is upon Among Us.
Ah, we're right at the tail end. I'm so sorry, but welcome to Street. Hello, Raiders. Hello. You know, it's, yeah, keep things fresh. It's you know, helps me express myself a little bit better. I kind of wish I did it sooner, but you know, it's fine. Hindsight's 2020. But I think I'm in a healthier place to do this now, and I am happy that I am doing it. It's been a lot of fun. But, you know, it is change, and change can be scary. But I just want to assure you, like, you know, I'm not abandoning Monata. I'm not, you know, abandoning D&D. I'm not changing, like, I'm still gonna be me, guys. I'm just me with, like, more. So, you know, I'm gonna be curious. I'm gonna explore stuff I'm interested in. You know, I'm not gonna, like, I'm always gonna be focused on the stuff that I love, including my friends. So, and that, I'm just a person, and people change, like, over time. Like, right now I'm super into Warhammer, and then, like, you know, other times I'm super into Pokemon, and other times I'm super into, like, you know, this, that, and this other thing. So, yeah. Yeah, Monata's my son. I'm not abandoning Monata. That is my child. I've had Monata since, like, middle school, dude. Thank you so much, Poco King. I love this model. This was just the baby model, but the full model is crazy. I want to do, like, a big, nice, fun event when we get that big full model. I want to do the whole kit and caboodle, like, debut stream. I think that'll be a lot of fun. We have a karaoke stream to look forward to. I've been curating some music for that. I'm very much looking forward to that. We have the Skibbity Toilet watch thing with Thero, which we're also going to be doing. We have room reviews as well, which is very exciting as well, which I can't wait for. So we have three, you know, one maybe a little more dubious than the other, but three pretty fun streams. I'm very excited to do the karaoke stream. I've picked out a nice selection of songs, I think, but I will also probably, you know, take requests. I can't accept every request, obviously, but, like, I might see what people suggest. Yeah, we have to do a Skibbity Toilet watch along. So the chat, this is a rare opportunity for you to suffer along with me. You can be there as my emotional rock, you know? I can do the toxic streamer thing and, you know, make you my therapist. While we watch Skibbity Toilet, you know? But, yeah. I will give you guys a significant heads up when these event streams happen. I'm not gonna just drop them last minute. I will probably give them a lot of hype. So, yeah, be ready for that. So, like, I would, like, I'm gonna be like, hey, it's gonna be on this date at this time. And, like, I'm gonna give you guys a lot of headroom. I did kind of give up a heads up on this one. And I did mention when we were doing it, but it would, you know, still be a bit more scheduled. So, yeah. Oh, man. You don't have to let me know when the Skibbity Toilet stuff is on. Thank you. Alright, good to know. You're gonna be there. But, yeah, no. So we got lots of fun stuff planned this year, you know. We'll space it out, potentially, and we'll do it. And I'm excited. I'm excited for the full model. That'll be really, really fun. It's been a year in waiting, and I'm excited for it. But, yeah. Beyond that, yeah, definitely join the Discord. Thank you guys again so much for the bits and the subs and the thrown gifts and everything. It's really nice to see a lot of people who saw the first video. I see some familiar faces from the first video coming in to watch this one, so that's all very, very fun. But, yeah. With that in mind, like I said, 50-50 stream tomorrow, because my voice is pretty thrashed. I might take tomorrow off just to rest my voice, and maybe just do some other work in the meantime, because this was a lot of talking. But Saturday, we will be back for Phoenix Wright. We'll be back with some more crimes. We're my favorite case of the first game. Very, very, very excited. We're gonna be cross-examining a cowboy, chat. Yeehaw! So that'll be fun. But yeah. Oh man, I want to close it out. Like, I feel like I just got through, like, I feel like the Avengers at the end of that movie eating shawarma. I think I want to eat shawarma. I think I might go out to, like, a Timmy's and pick up an ice cap or something. Because I think I think as a gal, I deserve a little treat, you know? Oh, man. And again, if you want to watch more, I have more book reviews, like more book clubs on my YouTube. Oh, shut up, Arkol, shut up. Ugh. But I am gonna probably go eat, and honestly, I think maybe I'm either gonna turn into sludge, or I might do my own writing tonight, just as a little reward. I had to put aside writing my Space Marine fanfiction, chat, to read this book. Can you believe it? I haven't touched it since starting to read this book, and I kind of want to write more Space Marine, Marriage Marine stuff. So, I'm gonna leave you guys off with this real quick. I saw this and it made me laugh. Hold on. This is the energy I'm bringing in. Unfortunately, for those who can't stand me, I will be going harder in 2026. I had a rough 2025, and I want to do the best I can this year. I'm not gonna force myself and hurt myself to do so, but I wanna do right by you, chat, and I wanna try my best to be your professional bully target. But I will be going harder in 2026. My 2026 has started with a lot of laughs, I will say, and I think that's pretty great. Spending it with friends and spending it with you guys, it's been really good. So, I'm pretty happy. Very lucky. I'm being sentimental. I need to send you guys out of here before I start feeling. Oh god, feeling. Ugh. Alright, who do we want to rate? Who's even on right now? Oh, man. That's not... I need Twitch, not... that. Oh, we got a few people. Let's rate Alpha Anarchy. We haven't rated him in a while. I was actually talking about him the other day, because he voices a character in an anime that Darcy likes. So we could give him a raid. He's playing... Dispatch.
I had breakfast.
Yeah. Our raid message will be... Oh yeah, so if you don't want Dispatch spoilers, just be aware. The raid message will be baseball. I think our raid message will be baseball. I want to see some baseballs in chat. Alright. I will see you guys for more streams. And I will see you guys for part 2 of this monstrosity later. Take care, everybody. Have a good night and Happy New Year. I will see you Saturday, if not tomorrow. Goodbye! You shenanigans.